Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1379 of the War News stream, and we have very big news yet again tonight. We have heard that Russian banks are now warning of a major impending financial disaster, as it's been revealed today that they have overdue loans by about 3 times the amount that the U.S. had during the 2008 financial collapse. We've also heard that Maduro is now negotiating his escape from Venezuela to flee to Qatar, and also Medvedev has threatened to destroy NATO completely, including the allies, which is insane. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as significant developments have started to emerge primarily from the Russian Federation over the course of the day, as breaking news has started to emerge from Russian banks that they are warning of a major financial implosion within the Russian Federation. At this moment, the Russian Central Bank, among many other major financial institutions of the Russian Federation, are now stating that a financial implosion, practically that of a depression or a complete and total economic collapse, is near to the horizon. The Russian banks currently are seeing that around 12.4% of all of their loans are currently overdue. To remind you all of the situation, in the United States in the 2008 financial crisis, most banks within America saw that about 3.4 to 3.6% of their loans were overdue and being unpaid. This means that the Russian Federation's financial situation currently is about 3 times as bad as the financial situation that was seen leading up to the 2008 financial crisis within the United States. Once again, making incredibly clear that this is a nuclear bomb that the Russians are sitting on top of financially, and it is ticking away day after day until it actually implodes on the Russian Federation. This is also being seen in other forms, as the Russian Federation had to cancel today a major project that they had with the People's Republic of China to be able to construct and operate a major transcontinental railway to China. Pretty much a major expansion of the Trans-Siberian Railway, which would allow for Russian raw materials in mass of iron iron, and others to be transported into China in huge numbers and allow for the Russians to not only tap into the Chinese market in a major way, but also make a great deal of money and possibly use that as a secondary economic lifeline and diversify their economy from just oil extraction alone. This project has now been canceled as the Russian Federation's government had to declare as the cause for the cancellation of the project that not only does the Russian Federation not have the money to be able to finance the project, but they never will be able to even find the money to try and finance the project, largely showing that they are destitute financially well beyond measure, and it seems as though the Russians are starting to show that financially even the Russian Federation's government is seeing that the money is disappearing quickly. Outside of that, Medvedev, inside of Moscow, has decided to threaten NATO today with his complete dismantlement as the unofficial voice of the Russian Federation, once again making an incredibly hostile statement as far as the Russian government is concerned and an official representative of the Russian government is concerned against the NATO states. Meanwhile, inside of NATO, we have seen that the Belgians have now shot down once again the next European Union funding plan, which was a whopping $212 billion, largely comprised of Russian frozen assets that would have to be liquidated inside of Belgium. Belgium voted no, using a veto, stating that they were unimpressed with the plan, as it generally involves Belgium doing most of the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, we have also seen that the United States of America's representatives in the Russian negotiations have returned to the United States and are apparently now going to be talking with the Ukrainians after they completely missed talking to the Ukrainians and Zelensky while they were in Brussels in Belgium, awaiting their arrival. Now the Ukrainian delegation is going to have to fly all the way to the United States to Miami to have a second round of talks with Witkoff and the Secretary of State to figure out what's next or what the Americans are going to bend their arm on a little bit harder. Meanwhile, the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow is continuing within the Caribbean, with the Russian Federation's representatives going to Venezuela today and not only showing diplomatic support for Venezuela, which is, according to the U.S. government, a sworn enemy of the country killing tens of thousands of Americans, but they've also stated that Venezuela is more than ready to fight the United States and actually will kill a decent amount of American soldiers if the United States attempts to invade the country, or generally insinuating that. Once again, this is the country of friendship that's saying that Venezuela, who is supposedly our sworn enemy, is going to kill off a large amount of American soldiers. Just want to make that a little bit clear for a minute to make it, once again, kind of a little bit clear. The Russians don't really think that highly of Americans in general. Meanwhile, we did get to hear that inside of the Gaza Strip in the city of Rafah, Israeli soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces came under fire today from some insurgent group of an unknown variety, which apparently may have wounded several Israeli soldiers during the attack. Outside of that, Kazakhstan is also now considering shutting down the major Russian-Chinese pipeline which travels through Kazakhstan to comply with U.S. sanctions. Outside of that, the state of Ukraine is continuing to inflict significantly high casualties on the Russian Federation and is conducting another major drone attack once again tonight against all of Russia. Major damage also was seen from last night's attack, with fires and major damage breaking out in Tambov, Lipetsk, Oriol, and Voronezh, just to name a few, including drones spotted over Rostov, and also a major fire and explosion happening near to the area of the Nivonomysk airfield inside of the area of Stavropol Krai in the southern area of the Russian Federation. We have a huge amount of news to cover, and I was trying to make sure right there, folks, to get through most of the important pieces of news that we have, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. We actually have a lot of crazy stories tonight, and also major ones at that we have to cover over the course of the past 24 hours. And we are, of course, going
honestly, though, that financial news, though, has got me giddy coming out of Russia. I tell you what, that was a huge leak today. That was a very big piece of news that came out about how much overdue loans they have on the books right now. We knew it was bad, but we didn't know it was this bad, like 3 times larger than 2008 in the United States. And we know how bad that was. That was horrific. And Russia's 3 times worse down the rabbit hole than even that. They're cooking the books bad in Russia.
They are absolutely cooking the books terribly. I mean, horrifically, as a matter of fact. And so it does appear at the moment, folks, we are going to be watching the Russians once again imploding in real time. But we are, of course, as usual, going to be making our way through the news methodically like we always do, from the largest stories first on into the smaller ones through the night. So, with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to move right into Russia, because Russia is having a bit of their own fun today in a financial way. Moving us into Moscow, major and dire news. I can't even say that enough, and usually we use superlative words like that to make sure to emphasize importance of stories to folks, but today, folks, there is no way I can emphasize this any farther. As a matter of fact, a dangerous and dire situation may actually be an understatement for what the Russians are currently seeing financially. The Russian banks, specifically the Russian Central Bank, or the Credit Bank of Moscow, which is the sixth largest bank in Russia by asset size, with about 5.45 trillion rubles in assets, has 668 billion rubles worth in overdue loans, which is 12.3% of the assets of the Credit Bank of Moscow. This is a major situation, and we also understand that largely most other Russian banks are going to have an incredibly similar portfolio and profile to that of the Credit Bank of Moscow. The situation is dire. It is absolutely horrendous, and I'll actually explain a little bit as to why this is incredibly dire and incredibly horrendous using examples out of American history that many of y'all, considering that our audience is 65% American, will know about quite well. Some of y'all lived through the first one that we'll talk about, which is the 2008 financial crisis, which generally is described as a recession that was created due to overdue or unrealized loans that were given out in the real estate industry, also known as the balloon mortgages. Basically, back then, in the early 2000s, if you had a heartbeat and you were breathing and you could fog up a mirror, a bank would give you a loan to go and buy a house. They said that you really didn't have to pay it back, but that's not really the case. You did have to pay it back. And when a whole bunch of people were not able to pay back the loans, the entire financial institution started to collapse around it, which started to cause ripple effects throughout the economy. An interesting thing also similarly happened in the 1920s, leading up to the 1929 financial depression, aka the Great Depression. The Great Depression was caused due to a large amount of stocks being invested in and a huge amount of people using those stocks as practically a semi-quasi form of a currency. When the farming industry in the United States of America started to collapse, a large amount of banks were looking on trying to find a way to cover the losses that they had just realized because of the agricultural collapses that were going on in the United States. And so they went knocking on the door of a large amount of these stock investors and others who had taken out significant loans from their banks and seeing if they could pay them back. This started to lead people in the stock market to start selling off their stocks, which led to a dip, which then turned into a complete slide down into the gutter as everyone else was trying to sell their stocks while they had some value. Largely, a lot of people lost their shirts and practically everything as a result. The banks were never able to get repayments on their loans, which once again led to the closures of a great deal of banks, which is why we also have the FDIC, which insures your bank accounts these days, as a direct result of that action, because a lot of people lost quite literally everything when the banks went down in the United States in 1929. And a lot of people also lost a great deal in 2008. What the Russians are looking at right now could only be described as the 2008 financial crisis, but 3 times larger. Just to put that into perspective, and the Russian economy is not that large of an economy. Russia as a whole has the exact same economy as the size of Texas. It is not that large of a country with that big of an economy, and they are still looking at least at that minuscule scale, a 2008-style financial crisis that is going to be 3 times as large. And obviously, if the 2008 financial crisis was a recession, and some people even argue that it may have started to become a financial depression, then a similar sort of an economic window appearing in Russia that's 3 times larger isn't a recession. That's clearly an economic depression or maybe even a complete financial collapse that is about to occur in Russia. This is crucially important, especially when we talk about what is going on in general with the Russians and their continuation of activities in generally every single metric. For Russian companies to continue to function even on 3-day work weeks with half of their workforce laid off, they generally are having to take out significant amounts of loans because they're still not making profits even with all of the cuts and trimmings that they've done over the past year and a half. This means that when the banks start to see that a lot of these loans are being unpaid, they're going to have to force these companies to either pay back those loans in any way they can, forcing a lot of these companies to pretty much collapse and board up and then go into practically receivership or bankruptcy and start liquidating everything and laying everyone off, or these banks are just going to implode and these companies will continue to survive but without an economic tether, and they will also collapse as well. Either way this goes, a lot of the Russian economy could end up in a complete collapse to where it disappears at this point because of the drastic financial situation. Not only that, If this happens, the Russians will not only be losing their financial institutions that also give loans to the Russian government to be able to finance the war, but they are also going to be seeing mass unemployment, which will require even more payouts in terms of welfare, considering that the Russian Federation is a welfare state, meaning that the Russian government will be in a circular cycle of they're getting an ability to get less money, but they're also having to be required by law to pay out more money to more people on unemployment and other sorts of welfare benefits that are provided by law in the Russian Federation. It becomes a positive feedback loop that will lead to the complete collapse of the Russian Federation's economic systems, and if that collapses, the Russian government will no longer be able to pay for munitions or really bullets for the military, equipment for the soldiers, or even soldiers' pay for that matter, meaning that the military would also grind to a complete stop as well due to the complete financial collapse. It is an absolutely horrendous situation, one that is really honestly hard to even grasp. But if y'all did not believe that this was bad, I will show y'all how bad this really was. Russia's main economy or market that they sell in these days is the Chinese market. That is one of the big things that they do. Russia generally exports nothing other than crude oil and bituminous coal, or some form of raw materials that they extract in generally their ore form, iron ore, nickel ore, and so on. They ship that out of the country and they allow for it to be refined elsewhere. China is really the only market that Russia has major dealings with, before the war and during the war as well. And Russia has been trying to find a way to diversify their economy, at least in terms of resource extraction and the kind of money that they can make off of the trade as a result of that. This led Russia several years ago to create this major and ambitious plan that they were going to create pretty much a Silk Road of the North, where they would expand the Trans-Siberian Railway and the amount of rolling stock and locomotives that they had to be able to transport an unlimited number, at least compared to what they're able to do right now, of iron ore and raw materials into the Chinese market. In a way, this would make it to where Russia wouldn't be completely dependent on oil exports, and it would also let them get a great deal additional money, especially if the oil exports remain steady. Now today, the Russian Federation has announced, because of the apocalyptic economic conditions, that this railway project, the North Siberian Railway line, is not feasible due to it costing 50 trillion rubles. And they do not have 50 trillion rubles. They also have no way to lend from anyone to get 50 trillion rubles to even start financing the project, or even get a chunk of that to start financing a small part of it. The railway was intended, mind you all, to diversify the Russian economy and make it a lot harder for them to suffer a complete and total financial collapse. Now they don't even have enough money to invest in diversifying to stop a complete financial collapse because they are in the middle of it right now. And also on top of that, this is going to have some significant side effects for the Chinese. The Chinese were looking for this massive influx of raw materials to come into their country so they could start to improve the amounts of materials that they have and also the cost. The cheaper materials are, the easier it is to construct new buildings. Generally, most raw materials from Russia are either used in transportation or in construction. With China no longer able to get those mass amounts of unrealized raw materials, it's going to start being a steady price to continue to produce new real estate within the People's Republic of China. And not only that, considering that they're already going through the ongoing residential or housing crisis inside of China due to the Evergrande collapse, this is only going to continue to keep that worsening situation ongoing for some time longer, as China will not be able to get a lifeline from the Russians in their raw materials, and the Russians will not be able to get a lifeline from China because of their cash in the trade with raw materials. And a load of people have actually been talking about this one. Tons of people, as a matter of fact, looking at the poll here, about 2,000 of y'all in 7 minutes, which is unbelievable, have actually weighed in on this very economic situation that we're talking about right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this sort of a picture that's being laid out that looks rather grim? Are people thinking that the Russian economy is going to be bailed out by the Chinese, or if there's even a possibility of that? Are they thinking that the Russians are just going to completely collapse here within some point in the future? Or are they thinking something else entirely? And what are you thinking as well?
All right. So it can't be understated. This is a massive crisis right now. This is no small issue for Russia at all. This is very serious. The Russian banks are now reporting overdue loans in amounts 3 times larger than what the U.S. saw during the really horrific 2008 financial collapse. So what happens now that this has been leaked out to the press? What happens? 66% said Putin will let the economy implode on itself, while 17% said Russia will be forced to end the war for these financial reasons, and 13% said someone will end up bailing Russia out. So here's the deal. Right now, Putin is playing hardball with the peace talks. So it does not look like he's going to end the war, even if it means the implosion of his economy. So I don't see that being a way for the war to end because of finances. I think he will let the banks basically go under and go bankrupt, for a lack of better words there, and the banks will go under. So the big question I have right now is these loans that are overdue. Who is the main people that these loans have been basically lended to? Is it people? Is it businesses? Is it mortgages? What is it exactly? And that's the question we really don't know right now. My hunch is these loans are probably loans being taken out by these Russian businesses, so that way they can try to stay afloat and try to offset all the losses they're taking because of the sanctions and other various different things happening like that. So if that's the case, then the Russian businesses are going to be in trouble. The Russian banks are going to go underwater, which means that all the Russian civilians that have money in these banks with these overdue loans are going to find themselves without money soon, because if the bank goes under, then the people won't be able to get their money out at that point. Unless the Russian government wants to try to insure all those deposits, then the people aren't going to get the money back. So this may create a run on the banks, actually. This might create another run on the banks, and the Russian civilians might end up going and trying to take their money out, and then finding the bank isn't going to give it to them, or if they do get it, they're going to bankrupt the bank even faster doing that. So I think the economy is getting to the point where it's going to implode. I'm actually with the 66%. I don't think that Russia's going to end the war over the situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm going to have to say I would generally say that Russia is probably going to let the economy implode. There really isn't much else that they can do, and this situation is completely unsalvageable at the moment. Russia has no way to be able to turn the economy around. Sanctions will continue to exist and stand against the Russian Federation well into next year, which means that they have no window to see that reversed, either by Europe or the United States. Their economy, as a result, is still being cut off significantly, not only from the European market, which was a fairly significant one for them to sell natural gas in, but they're also being cut off largely from the Indian and Chinese markets as well, which is where they sold their crude oil, their main moneymaker. If they aren't able to sell natural gas to Europe and crude oil to India and China, they are going to go and collapse. There's just nothing else that can be done. The Russian economy internally is not self-sufficient either, and does rely on a decent amount of imports to be able to continue to function, much like every other country on the world. And we have seen that the sanctions on importation of goods to Russia has also caused a decent amount of damage as well over time, considering that Russia hasn't been able to repair or maintain Western equipment or Western machinery throughout the entirety of the war. So Russia is most likely looking at a situation they'd never be able to solve. On top of that, folks, like Matthew was saying a second ago, if Russia tried to insure these loans so that way people could get their money back, say, there's no way for them to do that, because where in the world do they get the money from to be able to pay those citizens back if they insure it? They'd have to get it from the Russian banks that just collapsed, that these people are trying to get their insured loans back from. So there's no way for them to even pay out loans if they were insured, because the literal entire financial institution of the country is on the very edge of exploding like a nuclear bomb. And
that's the risk. That's the real risk right there. It's really about the fear that's being created by this whole crisis. The fear is what's going to end up collapsing the Russian economy the fastest, because last time Russia had this happening and the Russian civilians started a run on the banks, it wasn't necessarily because the banks were literally collapsing that day. It's because the civilians got so panicked that they weren't going to be able to get their money out. The Russians started flooding the banks trying to take withdrawals, and they found out, well, actually we can't take withdrawals because the banks are not giving our money back, and that's what they found out before. So that fear is still in the minds of the Russians, and they're still thinking about that, what happened last time. And now that this news is coming out about the banks having massive overdue loans, that is going to rekindle that fear again. So I wouldn't be shocked to see people start trying to take their money out very, very soon.
I wouldn't be shocked to see it at all either. I think that there's probably going to be runs on the banks in Russia soon, especially if it appears that there's going to be any sort of major financial disaster coming around the corner. So I would have to say it's just It is a bad situation, folks. I mean, I don't even have to explain it to y'all. It is the same sort of formula that led to the 2008 financial recession in America, but it's 3 times as large already in Russia if it happens, because that's how many loans are being unpaid and overdue at the moment, just in one bank in Russia, and largely most of them are going to have an incredibly similar picture, as a lot of the banks in Russia get involved in handing out loans like they're party favors at this point. As a matter of fact, that has been the running standard financially in Russia, which leads to unmitigated disaster every single time that's ever happened in history. Giving out incredibly risky loans to practically anyone who breathes always results in an extremely bad economic depression or a complete financial collapse in the future, because the entire financial institution at that point of a country is being built around these people who will never pay back the loans, paying back the loans. And because of that, they're expecting, well, I gave $20,000 to this dude over here who will never pay it back, but we're assuming he's going to pay it back, and so we still have $20,000 plus interest to be able to lend out to someone else. And then when that guy never pays back on his loan, they actually didn't have the $20,000 to pay out to some other guy in a loan. So then they have to call him up and go, hey, by the way, you also have to pay back everything in your loan and interest like right now. We need that or else the bank's going to collapse. And then that guy can't pay it back either, and then the bank also loses that $20,000. So instead of just being out of $20,000, they're out of 40. And then it just keeps compounding on and on until they literally bring the entire country down with them, because the bank isn't able to find their money anywhere that they gave out to all these people that they used to make a profit on. So generally, this is going to
it's
end up
just a
badly.
mess. It's just a bad, bad mess. Honestly, if I was a Russian to this point, I would be trying to stuff my money in the mattress or something at this point if I was a Russian. But the ruble is so devalued, you could literally probably stuff your entire mattress and have it very, very plush, actually, with how devalued the ruble is. You would have to stuff thousands and thousands of ruble notes into your mattress to even have 50 USD in the mattress at that point. So it's just an insane thing, really. I'm sure the Russians are probably thinking that too. They're probably thinking, we need to stash some cash away or something like that. We can't trust the banks. Once the trust in the bank is gone, your country's in deep, deep trouble. And I think at this point it's getting there.
Oh, I would definitely agree. And I also want to point this out to y'all. I put this into the currency calculator because I was just like, one in the world is 50 trillion rubles. Because, we were just talking about that major railway project, the Siberian Railway, or the North Siberian Railway, and it costed 50 trillion rubles. So a lot of y'all are probably wondering, what in the world is 50 trillion rubles worth? That sounds like a lot, 50 trillion. Well, shockingly enough, it's only worth 650 billion US dollars. So 50 trillion rubles is 650 billion US dollars. So you would have to be a multi-trillionaire in Russia to be able to afford that sort of a railway project. And to also put that into perspective, the U.S. over the course of just this year alone has, one, approved $550 billion to be put into the Golden Dome, another $500 billion for data centers and power infrastructure to support those data centers, among many other projects as well. At least in those two alone, well over $1 trillion US dollars. Russia is having a hard time even saying that they could finance over several years a $650 billion railway project. When you put that into perspective, if they don't have $650 billion in the Russian government's bank accounts to be able to say that they could finance that over the next several years, and they're also saying that they can't find the money anywhere in loans to be able to just build up that much to be able to pay that off over the next several years from loans that they can find. They can't even get enough loans in that value to do that either. That is showing us how bad off they are. They're spending about $200 billion at a minimum, well more than that usually. This year, I think the Russians spent about $270 billion on their military, roughly. If they're spending that much, the Russian government, if we just said they completely cut every other social program, welfare program, and everything else that they spend on in Russia, and they just put all of the money left that they have in the government into the war effort, they literally can only survive at this point, folks, dead on the nail from our analysis, about another year or a year and a half, and then the government completely collapses in Russia because they are out of money, the banks are collapsing, there's literally no money left, so they can't even pay anyone to go shoot at the Ukrainians because there's no money around to pay a guy to go do something like that. So they are up the creek without a paddle, and it does appear that our at least rough projections at this point that they only have about a year or a year and a half left to live as far as a nation is about dead on the nail at this point. Also, as a
Makes
result,
sense though. It's starting to make sense though why you've been hearing about Russia selling off their gold reserves. Because if y'all have not been aware, which many people have been asking us over the last few nights, the Russians are selling off their gold and they're trying to make money on it while gold is at a very high price right now. And they're doing that to try to cover their budget deficit and to also try to bankroll the failing banks as well. That's what we're hearing right now. So that gives you an idea of how bad it is for the Russians to be selling off their gold reserves. They are in some bad shape, and now the news today confirms that we're hearing about these overdue loans. It makes you wonder. Like, I understand like people say that Putin is going to go and let his economy implode because he wants to keep the war going, but you'd have to be absolutely insane or out of your mind to actually let that happen, knowing that the result is going to be horrific when it does happen. It might happen very soon, actually. It might happen sooner than later, that the Russian economy completely collapses, and Putin knows it's coming. So I don't even know what his plan is, because when the Russian economy collapses, that means Putin's regime is ineffective at that point. It doesn't matter what Putin does. He's going to be having a hard time finding loyalty, because if people don't have money, they can't eat. And if people can't eat, then they're going to have an uprising.
I would have to agree. And on top of that, folks, financial collapses historically usually lead to incredibly unstable times, either where the government is completely overthrown or for the rise of radicalism, to where whoever is in charge at that time when the collapse happens is entirely at fault, and they just have to find someone else on some extreme end or the other economically to find a fix to it. Let's go through all of the examples that we can think of, and I'll think of a few and throw them out here to y'all. The French Revolution was created because of the practical economic and agricultural collapse of the Kingdom of France in the 1780s. In the 1790s, that then formed into the French Revolution, where King Louis XVI was executed by generally what was called the French Provisional Government, and then the Reign of Terror began, which eventually led to the rise of Napoleon. If you look at the U.S. financial collapses throughout multiple points of history, but more importantly, in 1929, Herbert Hoover, who was generally a fairly moderate sort of a politician at the time, was replaced by a social democrat or a socialist democrat, who was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who brought in some incredibly wild sorts of concepts, especially the complete seizure of all gold within the United States, which was then stored at Fort Knox, along with the public works projects and many other forms of economic rejuvenation projects, if you want to call them that, that were attempting to restart the U.S. economy. If you look at the collapse of the Weimar Republic in Germany, which happened at the exact same time, you would see not only the rise of communism within Germany, but also the rise of fascism through Hitler's Nazi Party. You would also see simultaneously that within the United Kingdom, the exact same thing happened as well. There was a huge rise in the members of the Labour Party. The Labour Party actually saw their first prime minister elected generally after the Great Depression began, which also heavily affected Britain, and we also saw the rise of Oswald Mosley and his British Party of Fascists as well, which was once again the two extremes in the responses to the extreme economic situation. Or you can look at the financial collapses of Argentina, which are numerous and endless, including the one that happened in 1982 right at the end of the Falklands War, which led to the Argentine dictator at that time being overthrown by a new dictator within Argentina. You can also see that within any other country, which we can name in any other period, including that of the Soviet Union, which also went through a complete financial collapse in 1991, which pretty much led to the entire dissolution of the remainder of the Soviet Union, along with all the political upheaval that was going on in the country at the time. That was quite a significant reason for the Soviet Union's collapse. So basically, when these sorts of times emerge, there is no way, at least in most societies, unless you live in a country like North Korea or Turkmenistan, where the country runs the nation lock and step and the military also is incentivized to put the people down, there really is no way that this will end up well for Putin. If the economy truly does collapse, which it most likely will, it seems highly likely that it'll happen, either the country is going to become so civilly unrested that they are going to go to some extreme to the right or the left to try and find an answer, and Putin will be gone either way, or some sort of a coup is going to happen and the entire Russian government is going to get overthrown without a democratic process or any sort of public uprising, and he's going to be gone that way. But there really is no way for this to end where he remains in power if an economic collapse happens. Practically every single historical example shows that whoever's in charge right now, they're either going to be gone through execution in the form of a coup, or living in exile as a form of a coup, or living in an exile because of a public overthrow of the government, one or the other.
Like, it's like a Hail Mary. It's like Putin knows that there's no good way for him to end the situation. He's backed himself into a corner, and everybody's been saying that since the war started, that Putin really underestimated the Ukrainians really, really badly. We even heard a Russian admit to that today, that we'll get to, I'm sure, later on. A Russian even admitted that they underestimated the Ukrainian resilience to actually fight the Russians. So now that Putin is knee-deep, 3+ years into it, I think at this point, he's realizing, I'm not sure if I'm going to make it out of the situation unscathed. So I'm going to throw the Hail Mary here and see if I can try to pull a rabbit out of the hat. And if I can't, then I'll just have to go down with the ship and everybody's going down with me, basically.
It seems that might actually be what he's thinking at this point. It does appear that Medvedev, at least, is echoing that sort of a statement today, which is basically Putin's unofficial mouthpiece, aka what we call here on the channel Putin's anger translator. This is a statement from Dmitry Medvedev today. NATO squawked gleefully about killing off the Russian NATO Council. I must admit, I share their excitement. NATO is our enemy. What council are we even talking about? There's only one way to deal with enemies. As Gorky put it, if the enemy doesn't surrender, he is destroyed. Once again, openly threatening the destruction of the entirety of NATO and pretty much killing everyone off. So it appears that Medvedev is once again doing what he does best, which is just spouting shit. I gotta say, folks, if there was such a thing as a Nobel Peace Prize for making the stupidest tweets on the planet, I think Medvedev actually would be at least a nominee for that sort of an award. I've never seen tweets, for one, that are so pseudo-intellectual, like talking about squawked and stuff like he's in a damn 10th grade English class in the United States. What does the red door mean? What does squawked mean? Like, he's like, can this guy just write in normal American jargon? Can he do that? Is that possible for him? So that we but beyond that, he's once again threatening to completely destroy NATO, which we generally would consider to be the actual internal thoughts of the Russian government, because the Russian government, while they pretend like they kind of like the United States, it's wildly clear by every official action that they take, they absolutely hate everyone in the United States, and they like to see every one of us dead at some point in the future if it's possible. And, you know, also with the fact that they all wouldn't get killed in the process in Russia as well in trying to do that. So a lot of people are talking about the Medvedev rant because Medvedev does what he does, but at the same time, there is a little bit of reason to believe that Russia is not really that friendly to the West at the moment. And I'll bring y'all to something, hopping down into the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow news for now, that is a little bit important at this moment, and then we'll bring it up a little bit later on in the news and talk about it in a different form. But Russia today, I want to make sure that we get this here. Russia today sent an ambassador to Venezuela, who is Sergei Milik-Bedarasov, or Bagdasarov. Sorry there, I had to get his name right. He stated on Wednesday, which was today, that Venezuela is prepared to fully repel any attacks amid the rising tensions with the U.S. The envoy emphasized that Venezuelans do not want aggression or foreign intervention and regularly hold events in Caracas where Maduro speaks, which is obviously a highlight of the Venezuelan people watching him go, imagine all the people. But the remarks come after the U.S. president said Washington would hit the cartels in Venezuela soon, and others also made comments on the matter. But it is quite clear, you know, considering that the Russians, who say that they love the United States because we share a lot in common, are also traveling around the world and openly hoping and praying that if the U.S. does anything, it'll end up to the detriment of our country. And clearly aligning with countries that the United States has made wildly clear are not our friends. Now, here's something that I just don't really get, folks. Here's something I don't get. The U.S. is currently saying, and I'm saying this as in the current administration is saying that the Russians are a country that is to be respected, and a country that actually respects the United States as well. But at the flip side, we're also saying that Venezuela is a sworn enemy of the country because they're killing tens of thousands of people because of the cartel shipping fentanyl into the U.S., and they must be destroyed. And Russia, who is a country that respects the United States, has sent an ambassador down there to say that the Venezuelans are going to kill every single American that they ever can if they can get their hands on them. And as a matter of fact, Russia generally supports whatever actions Venezuela is conducting, whether it's continuing to grow Russian and Chinese influence in the Americas or the cartels. Make up your mind. Russia supports either one, either way, and thinks that Venezuela has a right to continue to exist at the detriment of the United States, which is a little bit crazy.
You know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like with the Russians sending their ambassador down there to say that? It sounds almost like they're sending that guy down there basically to give Venezuela a shield. Because do you think the U.S. is going to launch an attack on Venezuela with the Russian ambassador sitting in the capital? I mean, that would be a little bit wild because if the Russian ambassador gets, hurt in the midst of a strike, either on accident or on purpose by the United States military, then that could be something that turns into something much larger. So it seemed to me like the statement he made down there was pretty aggressive against the United States, the Russian ambassador, the statement he made, but I think he's there for a different reason, actually.
I would have to agree. He's obviously there, most likely talking to the Venezuelans about seeing if Russia can scrounge up a little bit of extra weaponry beyond the one Buke and Panzer that they sent them to try and get them some additional equipment, possibly to try and fight the United States with. That's probably what he's actually down there to talk about. But he also made this comment today as well as his official statement on the Russian position on the Venezuelan situation. I gotta say, folks, it infuriates me greatly to see what we are currently doing in foreign policy, because it is clear that Venezuela and Russia are not in our sphere of influence. Russia is in lock and step with Venezuela, the same as China is, and the same as Iran is with Venezuela, the same as they all are. They are all in an Axis power. We are not a part of that Axis power. That Axis power looks at the United States as the very epitome of what they want to destroy. They don't want to destroy Europe. They don't want to destroy anything else for that matter, even in East Asia. What they really want to destroy is us here in the United States. If they can destroy that, they can take care of everyone else piecemeal whenever they want to. We are the main target and the number one option on the dinner menu for them whenever they get the chance. And I just don't know why in the world the U.S. government doesn't look at it that way, that the Russian Federation and China are the main supporters of anti-American actions anywhere around the world, and anti-Western actions at that. But a lot of people have been talking at the moment about the statements by Medvedev and the rant that he made today about destroying NATO, which, by the way, does include the United States of America. And a lot of people are putting in their comments, of course, about what Medvedev is saying. Is he ranting again like a fool, or is he just being serious, or is he reflecting exactly what Putin thinks? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Also, by the way, if we could get that statement back up on the screen real quick, so that way we can kind of reference it here in just a second. But Medvedev just threatened to destroy NATO again today if they refuse to surrender to Russian demands. So what are your thoughts about Medvedev's newest crazy statement coming out of Russia? So 55% said Medvedev is merely ranting again, while 34% said Putin feels this way as well, and Medvedev simply saying it out loud. And 9% said it seems semi-true, but also insane at the same time. So I would say, I'll be honest with you folks, Medvedev is obviously a lunatic. Like, that guy's clearly messed up in the head or something. He's got clearly some issues, anger issues, etc. But I don't think this is merely ranting. I think this right here reflects how Putin also feels as well, because Putin just said yesterday in the wide open, he said, if Europe wants to fight, we'll fight them right now. We'll just destroy Europe. That's what Putin said yesterday out of his own mouth. So Medvedev is repeating something very similar to that today in this tweet right here. He's saying if the enemy doesn't surrender, then he's destroyed. And he said right there at the very top of the post, NATO is our enemy. So, I mean, it's clear who he's referring to there. He's referring to NATO. So I would say this is a legit thing here. This is how Putin really feels at this point. And I'm with the 35%. I think Putin is also reflecting this. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 35%. This is definitely what Putin is thinking. Medvedev is largely the honestly, the unfiltered version of what Putin wants to say without Putin directly saying it. Medvedev doesn't say anything without approval from the Russian government. That was proven clearly when he stated that that Russia ought to nuke the United States, and then the president over here flipped out and then sent 2 nuclear submarines their way, and then Medvedev went quiet for about 2 straight weeks because the Russian government told him, okay, apparently we've actually pissed them off. You're going to have to roll that back for a minute and not make any comments, but we'll approve you for comments later in the future. So then he rolled them back, and then he started 2 weeks later, clearly showing that there's some sort of a leash on this guy, and he's saying what the Russian government is approving. So with that in mind, this is exactly what Putin wants to actually say. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been approved to put this out. You do have to remember, everyone, that not only is Dmitry Medvedev a former prime minister and president of the Russian Federation, but he is also still a current sitting advisor to Putin inside of his cabinet. So he is still holding an official Russian governmental position at this moment. That means that when he makes a comment, he's not just making a comment as Dmitry Medvedev, the raving fool. He's making a comment as Dmitry Medvedev, an official representative of the Russian Federation's government and the office of the president of the Russian Federation, which is basically the sole and supreme power of their country. So this is exactly what Putin wants to say. There's absolutely really no error in my mind or any second thoughts that it's not that case. This is exactly what Putin really is thinking. And they're pretty much dropping it out here straight to the West for anyone who's paying attention. This is what they really think about all of us. And for the people who think that that's not the case, the Russians are quite horrendous folks, really. This kind of a mindset is the exact mindset that the Russian army has, is the exact mindset that most of the Russian public has. If they ever had a chance, they would roll into Europe, they would roll into Alaska, they'd roll into hell, wherever the hell you are right now in America, Pennsylvania, New York, wherever they could. They would slaughter people in the thousands, tens of thousands, as a matter of fact, and they would take quite a great deal of glee in it, just like they do in Ukraine. They view anyone who's not a Russian as inferior to them and only an obstacle to their interests. That's quite clear and obvious in every single action that they take. Look, for example, with Venezuela. What interest does Russia have in the Americas? None at all. But what interest do they possibly have with Venezuela continuing to exist under Maduro? That it gives them a possible chance and a foothold to grow their influence in the Americas, slowly yet surely, or to at least give some sort of another allied country like China the ability to do the same in the Americas. Why in the world would they ever support an action like that? You know, for Russia to say they just want to be left alone with their little sphere of influence, why are they wanting to come all the way to the Americas with their ambassador today to Venezuela and make it clear that they support Venezuela, and they also would take a great deal of glee in possibly watching, which it would never happen, Venezuela try and whip our ass if we tried to invade their country? Why in the world would they do that if they were just this benevolent little country that just want to have their little sphere in Europe? Clearly shows they have greater ambitions than Europe. And it clearly shows they view the United States as an enemy, no matter what they try and say to pull the wool over people's eyes about their nice people and they respect the United States and there's huge amounts of possible future economic cooperation they're going to have with America. The economic cooperation they'd have with America is that we would set up the targets, which are our people, and they'd fire some bombs at them, and that's the economic cooperation that they'd want at the end of the day. So I'd have to be honest with y'all. I don't think for 1 minute that we should ever encourage or support any kind of open dialogue with the Russians right now. We should sit back. We should let the war keep going. We should supply the Ukrainians with whatever they need to hold the Russians at bay, and the Russians are going to implode behind the scenes economically, and this whole thing will be over in about a year or a year and a half. Or we'll have to figure out where to go from there if things start to evolve more drastically or more in a more escalatory form from that point on. But that's generally the only approach that we should be taking. That is the smartest and wisest approach at the moment. Speaking of smart and wise, it does appear that the Russian Federation and all of its wiseness hasn't been able to account for one additional economic grenade that's being thrown their way, as it appears that Kazakhstan is now considering stopping Russian oil transits to China via the Atasu-Olashananku pipeline due to U.S. sanctions on Rosneft. This could actually be another major blow to the Russians if Kazakhstan stops the flow of oil in that pipeline, because this is one of the few economic lifelines they have left that hasn't been stopped or sanctioned generally, that is supplying oil to China, which makes them some money. So if Kazakhstan shuts that off, now they're also losing another major artery that is at least keeping the economy from completely imploding as quickly as it could be right now. So, moving on from the absolutely destitute economic situation they're in, and everything else with Russia pretty much having a meltdown like Medvedev again today, we are going to be moving on down into the Caribbean, because we do have to get to this a little bit of news about the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, considering that all of this is starting to come together in a way and starting to become a bit of a bigger picture, or a larger strategic initiative at the moment. The Russian ambassador to Venezuela today did make the comments that I just talked about a mere moment ago, saying that they were going to be more than happy to see Venezuela fight against the United States and to continue to exist under the Maduro government. This has led a lot of people to be pretty unsurprised, honestly. This is well within the Russian playbook, if you know who the Russians are. And a lot of people are commenting on the moment about what the Russian ambassador really was there for today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So, in some very, very strange timing, Russia sent its ambassador back to Venezuela just recently. And the ambassador is now saying that Venezuela is now ready to repel attacks against the United States. And keep in mind as well that Russian flights have been going to and from Venezuela, apparently shuttling weapons to the Venezuelan government as well. So, Russia clearly knee deep in supporting Venezuela against the United States. And it looks like 42% said the ambassador is merely in Venezuela for moral support, while 36% said the ambassador is now a shield against U.S. attacks against Caracas, and 17% said he's there probably to coordinate the weapon shipments. So, in my opinion, I do believe he is a shield against U.S. attacks. I think this is basically a checkmate that Putin is doing right now. This is a way to basically give a big middle finger to the United States for not really giving Russia what they want in Ukraine. By sending the ambassador down to Caracas, this is going to complicate the strikes dramatically if the U.S. actually follows through with them on Venezuela. They cannot risk hitting the Russian ambassador. That is not something the U.S. is going to do, and they probably could not do that either, because that probably would lead to some very, very large escalations. So it essentially is a checkmate. I will give them that. Putin did pull this one off this time. And with the ambassador making statements like he's making, he's really, really putting himself out there, I'll be honest, because that's a lot of military assets right off the coast with these Navy vessels. So I'm with the 37%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would generally be with a 41%. He's probably just there for moral support because back in the day, if I remember correctly, and I want to make sure to pull this up. Let's see. One second. I want to find this here really quickly. Let's see here. Station. Okay, so I was wanting to make sure that we got this correct here. Back when the United States invaded Grenada in 1983, which is actually this little island right here off the coast of Venezuela, we actually ended up roughing up the Soviet diplomat there. The army did by accident. They didn't know he was the diplomat. So they actually roughed him up a little bit along with the British diplomats that were in Grenada as well, which led to a little bit of a spat. But generally, it didn't protect Grenada from being invaded at all. So with that in mind, I would have to say that while he is kind of there and kind of a shield, he's only a shield within the very small area that he's in, which U.S. intelligence, we would assume, probably has a decent mark on where he's at exactly inside the country, or specifically within Caracas. Elsewhere is open up to any sorts of attacks that the United States would want to conduct. Of course, we could give the ambassador safe passage out of the country, or we could detain him, and then release him to have safe passage for his own safety and for the Russian delegation. But I don't really think he could provide that much of a significant shield unless he was literally side by side with Maduro and riding in his limo with him, as he's apparently gallivanting around the country every night, sleeping in Holiday Inns. So I would
think it's bait. I think it's bait though. Like I get what I see people saying that in the live chat too, that obviously he's in one small spot. Probably the embassy is probably where he's going to be hanging out. But me personally, I think it's bait because the Russians can paint whatever narrative they want to out there. And if the U.S. starts striking in Venezuela with their ambassador right in the capital, and I'm sure the U.S. probably wants to strike somewhere around Caracas, I would imagine. I'm sure they probably have that in their sights as well. Russia could then try to twist the story saying that the ambassador was put in danger somehow by these forces striking to Venezuela. So it's not necessarily about the U.S. not having precision munitions to actually avoid hitting the ambassador. It's more about the optics of it and how Russia's going to try to paint it if it does break out.
I would have to agree, but at the same time, we wouldn't have that issue of what Russia's painting if we weren't trying to talk to the Russians right now. We completely cut off talks with them. They could paint it however they want, and we just have to tell them to kiss it. Because what happened in Ukraine is that they started to fire into Kyiv near to the U.S. Embassy while the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and his entire staff was there. And what we did is that we just told them, put up the close sign, close the shutters, and we're going to get you all out of there because it's clearly too dangerous to keep the U.S. Embassy running 24/7 like it normally would. And that's probably what the Russians would have to end up doing as well. And they could do what the United States did. They could say, oh, the war in Venezuela, much like we were saying about the war in Ukraine, is a terrible thing and it's wrong and yada, yada, yada. But they really can't do a lot more than that, a lot like we did, rather than just say, oh, it's too dangerous, pack up and go, and get the diplomatic staff out of there, make a diplomatic spat about it, and then really go nowhere from there.
Maybe so, possibly. It's just interesting though that Russia chose to send their ambassador back right as the U.S. is about to attack. That rings some alarm bells off in my mind that he was sent back for that reason, or at least according to Russia, some unknown reason he was sent back. It seems a little odd.
Yeah, I would have to say it does seem a little odd. I honestly would say, if anything, the best thing I could take out of it is that this is a clear sign that the Russians do support Venezuela, at least morally, more so than materially or in any way that actually matters. At least in terms of moral support or morale support, they are openly in support of the Venezuelans, which ought to make it kind of clear to people, once again, the Russians aren't our friends. Like, I find it a little bit weird, folks. Like, this is what I don't get here, is that there is a group of people in this country. It's not actually a large group, but there is a small group of people in this country that say that Russia is actually our friend and we're a brotherly nation with Russia because we share some sort of common values or some shit like that that isn't even true. But at the same time, while they say that, they also say that Venezuela is our sworn enemy because people are dying in America from fentanyl that's being transported in by the cartels, which, by the way, mostly comes over the land border with Mexico, just to make that clear. But apparently Venezuela is our sworn enemy because of the drugs crossing the border with Mexico. Anyways, while they're saying these two completely separate things, Russia is a brotherly nation and Venezuela is a sworn enemy, the Russians are openly, which is supposedly a brotherly nation in their mind, supporting and stating that they are 100% behind the Venezuelans, which are, according to these people in America, a sworn enemy. How does that make any sense at all? It's like you can't really even make that make sense. Russia and Venezuela are both enemies of this country. There's no other way to split that hair rather than to say it what it is. Europe is our friend, Venezuela isn't, Russia is not, China is not, and Iran is not. And also all of Iranian terrorists inside the Middle East are not either. Quite clear and open and shut case. We don't really have to go around trying to conduct a damn scientific process here to figure out who's our friend and who's our foes. You just got to look at the ones that openly are conducting anti-American actions, and those are our enemies. And the Russians are clearly an enemy of the United States. There's no way to make that more complicated or more simple than it is. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the news out of what's going on down here in the Caribbean with Captain Crack Sparrow and his gang of 40 thieves. Because y'all know we got to get on into the news of Captain Crack Sparrow and his gang of 40 thieves. The U.S. has conducted another flight of B-52H Stratofortresses near to the area, with those B-52s taking off from Minot Air Force Base within North Dakota and flying on their way into a simulated bombing run off the coast of Caracas near Venezuela. There were several KC-135 Stratotankers that were involved in this operation, along with some KC-46 Pegasus tankers that were also involved as well, which did provide initial air refueling for them to make the venture into the Caribbean and then back. I also want y'all to note that through the Gulf and also through the Caribbean, the flight map here is not accurate. They did not fly directly over Cuba. That is the supposed flight path, considering that their transponders were turned off once they entered international waters and international airspace within the Gulf. So that is not the exact flight path. But the flight path through the continental United States, the lower 48 at least, that is actually a correct flight path. Still, it is once again showing us that a large number of B-52s, at least two of them, were present within the area. Meanwhile, we have also seen that the USS Gerald R. Ford is anchored right off of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We were able to see that on this still from this live cam today, and I'm not going to lie, that actually looks pretty picturesque. That looks like one of those pictures from like the late 1800s of a dreadnought sitting at the bay.
Yeah, it looks like somewhere you might go to like maybe acquire some Cuban cigars or something like that. Of course, illegally, of course, like in a different area, not in the U.S. But right there, you see, it looks very beautiful. I like it. It's very picturesque with a nice big warship right off the coast.
Yeah, it's just right off there in the distance. The most advanced carrier in America, the Ford, is just sitting off in the bay, anchored and awaiting further orders. So right now, the Gerald R. Ford is quite literally just sitting on station, waiting for additional orders. I'm guessing that some of the crew are probably being given some limited amounts of shore leave, possibly to the coast, just to get out and get off the ship and stretch their legs a little bit while they're waiting for more orders, but that's where the Ford is currently. Outside of that, we also were able to hear some additional news that apparently the President of the United States has reiterated again today that we are going to be striking Venezuela soon. He said that yesterday, he said it again today, and we also understand that there's going to be a war powers resolution coming in front of the Senate at least sometime this month, from what we know. 4 senators are introducing the resolution, and it's going to be called for a vote in about a month. This would give the president authority, if they pass the war powers resolution, to conduct warlike actions without a declaration of war, largely meaning a war without a declaration of war. Just to clarify this before someone says this is illegal, this has literally been the standard since World War II. World War II was the last war that we quite truly had a congressional declaration of war for. Since then, everything's been through congressional war powers resolutions. Anyways, we also were able to hear that apparently, according to some watchdogs, or at least some people who have been investigating the
Pause
matter
that
with,
vid right there.
say what?
Pause that vid at the bottom.
Oh. But
There you go.
according to some man, he's quiet. There you go. But man, thank you. But beyond that, we have been able to hear that apparently some watchdogs have been reporting about their investigation on the Signalgate scandal from earlier in the year, which was a very uninspired name, taking a lot of reference off of the Watergate scandal, that apparently the Secretary of Defense's claims that he did nothing wrong in the Signalgate scandal is incorrect. Apparently, they are stating that he violated policy by using a non-approved device, according to a source who read the report told to MS Now. According to the information, the Secretary of Defense failed to preserve records, and the report says that the Secretary of Defense put the operations and servicemen at risk, the source stated. So it does appear that at the moment, a decent amount of independent analysts and watchdogs have stated what we clearly said a while ago about the whole entire Signal chat scandal, which is that it was incredibly uncouth, to be completely honest, and it was also violating operational security and putting American lives at risk. To put the picture back into mind for everyone, considering that this happened a while ago, just to give everyone a refresher here, the Signal chat scandal, which is what we're calling on the channel because Signalgate's lame, the Signal chat scandal that happened was one where the Secretary of Defense added the chief editor of The Atlantic into a encrypted messaging system called Signal, which is an app you can get on your phone, and started to speak with multiple high-up officials of the U.S. government, including the Vice President and others, about future potential actions and airstrikes that were soon to be conducted inevitably by U.S. armed forces against the Yemeni Houthis in the area of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. This generally was quite a major event when it happened, as the texts on the Signal chat actually quite literally laid out in sequence of detail the exact times at which U.S. aircraft will be taking off from their carriers and the exact times at which they were expected to be over target and hitting their targets inside of Western Yemen. Once again, making it incredibly clear to anyone who was watching what was happening, if they had gotten access to that and it wasn't known to the wide public to where the orders were canceled, they would have known exactly when U.S. aircraft were taking off, where they were heading, and what they were going to be hitting, either allowing the targets to try and get out of Dodge before they were going to be bombed, or allowing for them to possibly set up air defense along the corridors that these aircraft will be using to egress into Western Yemen, and possibly attempt to shoot the aircraft down before they even made it to their targets. Not only putting the entire mission at jeopardy, but also putting the lives of the service members of the Navy, either at sea on the surface ships and the submarines that were involved, or in the aircraft that were conducting the strikes, at risk. We do not know what the Congress is going to be doing with that information. They may open up a congressional inquiry, which would be the beginning step to further actions that the Congress might want to take as a result of this action. But I would generally be honest with y'all, I have a very decent sort of an opinion that most likely nothing's going to come out of this, to be entirely honest with y'all. But it's something that is quite concerning nonetheless, to think that nothing would come out of it, considering that it was a major operational security leak. And if that had happened at any other time in history, in any other situation, hundreds of American lives could have been lost as a result of a slip up like that, such a major one at least. But moving on out of that, we have also heard that apparently the U.S. government is a little bit concerned that Maduro might try and leave the country. And according to some information that's been given to the New York Times, they're hearing that Maduro is apparently sleeping in a different location each night and constantly changing phones.
Man, he's couch surfing. That's crazy. A leader of a country is couch surfing around. I wonder what they've got going on. Is he like jumping from like safe house to safe house, or is he sleeping at military bases? I had at least heard a while ago that there was an underground bunker at one of the airports in Venezuela that I think Maduro was hanging out underneath the airport. But apparently, if he's moving around, he must be jumping to other, like maybe safe houses or something, I guess.
Apparently, he must have multiple secure locations, either in Caracas or throughout the whole country, as they are quite literally apparently on like the Globetrotters tour around Venezuela to try and avoid a possible U.S. strike right on him, at what would be called a decapitation strike. Apparently, tension and concern is gripping his inner circle as well, so apparently they may also be couch surfing as well, or sleeping in a different hotel every night. We also are hearing that the U.S. is now concerned that he may be trying to break for open water, literally, and make it out of the country before the U.S. can take action against him. Some are actually saying that he may end up living in exile in Qatar, and at least according to some U.S. officials, that seems to be a possibility or a possible plan that may even be accepted by the United States is that Maduro deposes himself and then lives in exile inside of the state of Qatar, inside of the Middle East. A lot of people are actually talking about this and putting in their thoughts and comments on it. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So, at least according to reports, allegedly, Maduro is talking with U.S. officials as they consider letting him flee to Qatar and basically leaving power. And we're not really sure what the U.S. is going to do to fill that power vacuum. I guess they'll install somebody. I'm not really sure. But what are your thoughts? 57% said Maduro will take it and he will flee, while 17% said Maduro will stay and fight, and 19% said the offer probably isn't real in the first place and it's probably a fake report. So we don't know for a fact that it's a real thing. This is basically the reports, the rumors, the allegations. So take that for what you will. But if this offer is accurate, I have a strong feeling that Maduro will take it and flee to Qatar. But the problem is this, though. There's a $50 million bounty to capture Maduro, and Qatar is an ally of the United States. He's desperately trying to be a very close ally of the United States. So it's very possible that maybe Maduro goes to Qatar, then maybe Qatar wants that 50 mil, and then all of a sudden they take Maduro into custody, and then they return him back to the United States. So that could be a crazy roundabout way of getting Maduro into custody, is doing something like that. And honestly, I wouldn't put that past the United States to make a deal like that and then also still take him anyway. I wouldn't put that past them. So I personally think Maduro does not have the balls to stay and fight. He's obviously scared to death. He's running around couch surfing and also dancing and singing John Lennon. So he's not in good shape. So I think he'd probably like to leave. But Enforcer, what say you?
Imagine all the people. Man, but beyond that, I would say Maduro's probably going to take that and flee. The Qataris most likely won't turn him in because it'll most likely be by agreement with the Qatar. I mean, obviously, we're not going to tell Maduro, okay, you can go, and then not have an agreement with the Qataris to not immediately detain him. There most likely will be an agreement with the Qataris. And on top of that, Qatar, while being heavily aligned with the United States, also is trying to position itself to be a neutral third-party intermediary, a lot like Switzerland globally, to be able to resolve conflicts and situations and then get some sort of a kickback or a benefit as a result of doing such an action. So Qatar would most likely be more than happy, to be entirely honest, to step in a lot like they did with Hamas and go, hey, look, you can just send that bad dude here. And that ends the whole conflict, because that's what they did with Hamas, if y'all don't recall. With Hamas, what happened back in the day is that the U.S. and Israel made an agreement with Hamas that their leaders, as a part of a prior peace treaty, would actually be exiled from the Gaza Strip and not be allowed to be there, and they would have to live in exile in Qatar. And that's why they were all there. It's not that Qatar actually likes Hamas and that they support them and back them. It's that was a part of an agreement that the Qataris made with the U.S. and Israel, that if y'all don't want them in Hamas, we'll take them here and they can live in exile in here. And then the Israelis tried to blow them up a couple of months ago, completely violating that agreement that we have with the Qataris for some reason. But outside of that, they're still there, and they could also do the same thing with Maduro. So I'd actually say there is a likelihood that they actually might try and accept that sort of a deal, and that Qatar would support that sort of an agreement, considering that they have never shot that down in the past, especially with even far more questionable people like Hamas, which they openly allow to live in exile in their country through the agreement they made with Israel and the U.S. So with that, I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion.
Oh. Also, by the way, so a viewer in the live chat, Silverland, made a good point here. This is something I actually forgot to mention. They say that Maduro cannot leave, according to Silverland, because his partners in crime will try to eliminate him if he flees, and if he tries to abandon and then save himself. Well, I have heard those reports, by the way. There are reports out there saying that Maduro's Cuban buddies apparently don't want him to flee because that's not in their interest. So they're saying that they might try to basically just eliminate him or take him out if he tries to actually leave the country. So I'm not sure how accurate those reports are because, of course, there's a lot of U.S. military ships and also assets right off the Venezuelan coast. So unless Cuba has, I guess, hitters running around Venezuela on the ground, they might, I'm not really sure, then I'm not really sure how they'd even get to him in the first place. But I'm not really sure about the accuracy of the reports, to be honest. I kind of question that.
I would have to say, yeah, the reports may actually be a little bit questionable in that particular scenario, at least. But with that, folks, it is time for us to start moving on into the rest of our news for the night, which includes a little bit of the Ukrainian negotiations and what's going on here in the West about that, and also the war in Ukraine itself, and all the strikes the Ukraine has successfully landed on the Russians overnight. So the Ukraine war is just around the corner, folks. But before we get to that, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to say, holy moly, there's been a lot of people here tonight. There have been, at the peak tonight, 13.4 thousand people here at the peak. That is a lot of people.
Wow.
And I got to say, a huge thanks to all of y'all so much for being here tonight. Really huge crowd. Oh, boy, what a crowd! What a crowd! And we still have about 12.8 thousand people here right now. So an absolutely full house at the moment. I hope that y'all been enjoying our news so far. Hopefully the analysis has been well up to standard as it usually is, and our reporting has been up to snuff. And of course, we're about to be moving on into the rest of our news, which is going to be moving on into generally the Ukraine war primarily. That's the rest of the news for the night. But before we get to that, we do want to give you all a little bit of a breather, because we know that a lot of people love to watch a show nonstop, but at the same time, a lot of people also want to go to the restroom and also maybe get a snack. And this show is so long that if you get up and try and do that, you could miss some incredibly important news. So in the meantime, we're actually going to take a little bit of a halftime here to address 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving back into the news, hopefully giving all of y'all enough time to be able to go to the restroom, maybe get some snacks, and also give a huge thanks and shout out to all of the folks who are actually supporting this channel to not only make it possible for us to be on air, but for everyone to be here and see a show every night, because we're able to do this as our full-time job. Thanks to all of these folks. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first of 3 super chats. This one here goes to BC Skyman, the channel legend, and thank you very much, BC, for the extremely generous $140 combined support tonight, the largest one of the night, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And I know we say it all the time, folks, and we're like a broken record. We've been a broken record for almost 3+ years now about this, but it's that support right there that keeps this channel on the air every single night, and it does mean a lot to us and makes the channel possible for all the hundreds of thousands of people that watch every single day on this channel, actually. So thank you very much, BC, for that support yet again. And he did not leave a comment, though. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you, BC Skyman, for the unbelievably incredible support. Not only that, being an old guard, a channel legend, and not only that, a rock of the LSA. That is a very special title that BC Skyman has, because he has been here practically forever, and he has always been here, save for seldom vacations and hunting trips. He is always here, and we always greatly appreciate BC Skyman. Practically everyone here knows him, and we also know him heavily as well. He's got a sick car collection, some really cool rifles, and not only that, he is a great friend of the channel. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support, BC Skyman, because it's folks like you who have not only been an integral part of helping us shape the Lee Spring Army into what it is these days and the amazing folks that make up its ranks, but not only that, you are a huge part through your support of helping us to keep this thing rolling every day. It is something to say that a channel like ours has survived 4 years. Most YouTube channels statistically only survive about 3 before they completely fall out and then disappear. And folks like BC Skyman have been helping us to consistently and continuously report news for just about 4 years at this point, which is honestly crazy to think it's been going on that long. I gotta thank you massively for that, because folks like you who send in super chats and support this channel are going out of your way to do something that nobody ever has to do, yet at the same time, it's making the entire world possible here on this channel, because we're able to keep dedicating ourselves to this as a full-time job and keep putting the news out every single day. So a massive, humongous thanks to you so much once again, and everyone else who supports the channel, because all of y'all go out of your way to do something that nobody has to do. Nobody is forced to support the channel, yet at the same time, y'all help this channel to continue to have a breath of life every day and to keep covering the news week after week, month after month, and year after year, and hopefully long enough to get to the 10th anniversary of the channel and the 10th anniversary of the Lee Spring Army at some point in the future. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Born in Ukraine, who puts in a very generous 50 as well. And thank you very much, Born in Ukraine, for also being a longtime channel legend and being around for ages. And we do appreciate that. And they said LLT LSA, and thanks for the hard work and excellent reporting. And also, P.S., can we please have some LSA merch, please? And Slava Ukraine.
And we are working on that, actually. We can't say that's going to happen soon, But we are trying to see if it's going to be possible again. Now, I can't promise that we will be able to have more LSA merch because there's actually a lot of logistical stuff in the background that we didn't say at the time, but it actually kind of logistically fell apart a little bit behind the scenes. Everything was sent out still and everything got done, but we're trying to see if we can make that to where it's not going to pretty much completely distract us from running the show primarily. So, in a sense, we're having to see if we can get someone to do it for us because us doing it last time straight up, it was so much work to do. It almost actually brought the channel to a grinding halt.
That was a whole business in itself. Like the merch was enough to like fill up all of our time just on the merch. So that was a hell of a lot of work. And remember, folks, we're just two guys doing this. It's just me and Andrew doing it. So it's like, the live streams, the videos, the research, the Twitter, the Patreon, also then add an entirely new business, which was the merch business to it. That was a hell of a lot. I mean, that we were literally, and also law school was mixed in a little bit at some point as well. So we were literally burning candles at like 7 different ends, pretty much.
Also, I gotta say this as well. I see so many people saying this in the chat, and this is the one thing that we actually are trying to dedicate ourselves to do with the merch, is that there are thousands of people who do want an LSA flag. Sadly, folks, I do not think I'll be able to hand sign all of them again, because we actually, to tell you all about our first batch of LSA flags, which is the only one we ever did, there were 550 of them, and I had to hand sign 550 of them, which was nuts. Like, it was absolutely insane. I think it took about a week to hand sign them all, and that was literally going all day long from when we woke up to when we had to go run a show. And it was, I was getting like carpal tunnel syndrome by the end of it, because that golden Sharpie, folks, y'all wouldn't believe the amount of force it takes to press that thing down and get a good print on a flag. It takes a lot, and it doesn't seem like a lot the first 50 times you do it, but once it gets into the hundreds, like my wrist was about to just explode. So I don't think we'll be able to hand sign them again. So the first 550 are actually incredibly special because they're going to be the only ones hand signed. Before someone says, why don't you just have it printed on the flag? Folks, if we're doing something, I actually want it to be quality. I actually want folks to know that we care, because I don't like the idea of doing something where it's like printed on, because then it doesn't have any real soul behind it, like, at least to me.
That's why I advocate for auto pens. I said, we want a pen that's automatic. We said, let that thing sign that flag. I said, look at how it does that cursive letters. I love that auto pen. It does automatic writing. They said, look at it, sir, get that pen off that flag. I'm telling you.
Oh, everyone's like, auto pen. No, we're not doing an auto pen either. If it's going to be done, it's going to be done by hand. You know what, folks? One day, eventually, because also to say this at the same time, folks, because a lot of people are saying, you need to get assistance. We actually don't really make, because we monetize this channel as little as we can. We actually really don't make the kind of money to start bringing on staff. So we can't really bring on assistants to help us out, because it's just generally out of the realm of possibility financially. So we would either have to start heavily monetizing the channel, which I'm not really a big fan of either, to try and do that, or in the future, maybe someday, we'll start to do in-person meets, if we can ever manage to do that security-wise, to where it'll be safe enough to where we won't get capped by some loon that'll try and show up and do something crazy. We'll try and get the security arrangements lined up, and then I might sign them in person if y'all like to do that. But I don't.
Just gotta make sure we're not gonna get head tapped or something like that. We don't want that to happen.
Hell no, we do not. And that's also the big thing that's kind of stopping us from doing that. And also, what's crazy, folks, is that every single time we were like, yeah, let's get ready to finally do like a fan meet and start working on that, someone out there somewhere would always get assassinated right when we were about to start doing that, and then we'd be like, you know what, let's just hold off on that until we can make sure the security is actually going to be fleshed out enough, or that we can actually afford good enough security to do that, or figure out how to make that financially work, so that we could actually do that without getting shot. So that's kind of what we're also working on behind the scenes as well, just to be entirely honest with everyone there. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well on the merch side of things. And thank you so much, Born in Ukraine, for greatly appreciating our work, because we put a great deal of effort into this. Really, honestly, heart and soul. It's what we do every single day. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we not only would be able to say, long live the Lee Spring Army, but we wouldn't be able to ensure that the Lee Spring Army never truly dies. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, because it is folks like you who helped to make this thing a reality. And with that, I also see a lot of people saying, "Oh yeah, yeah, you don't want to end up like that one guy." Actually, crazy enough, that happened in Orem, just south of here. But yeah, we don't want to end up like that because that can happen. And I know this. Everyone, 99.9% of people who show up to an event like that are there because they actually want to be there and they want to enjoy what we're doing, want to see us and meet us and get to say thanks and that they appreciate the show. But that 0.1% that are those bad eggs, like that one guy who did that in Orem, they could be at an event like ours. And generally, while we would love to meet all of y'all, we also wouldn't want to meet all of y'all for the last time, if you know what I mean. So that's also something that we're having to try and figure out how to balance that and work that out as well behind the scenes too. So with that,
I don't trust security either. I mean, the other guy had security, and that didn't go too well. It turns out that didn't actually, prevent the disaster, the tragedy from happening. So I'm like, yeah, and also it's not like we don't have like mega bucks to go spend on security or something like that. If we have security, it's going to be like, friends and family and stuff. And I don't want to get friends and family tied up in something where they have to end up, taking or, having to defend somebody like that. So I don't know. Like that's a bit of an out there one.
yeah, that's probably going to be way off in the future, folks. I don't even know if that's actually going to happen, but we're trying to see. We always look into it and investigate it in the background every once in a while and see if it's possible somehow. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the last question of the segment, and then we're getting on into the rest of the news.
All right, so our last super chat before we get to the news goes to none other than Jack Ray. And Jack puts in a $51 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that massive support as well. And Jack said, thank you for the news reporting and no merch needed.
Hey, and thank you so much for the incredible and humongous support to the channel. And I got to thank you greatly for that. And I got to say, merch, it's not necessarily needed, but it does keep a lot of people happy. A lot of people love to see an LSA flag. As a matter of fact, I actually know some people personally who watched the channel back in Alabama who were able to get an LSA flag. And it's crazy, Matthew. People who don't even know what the LSA are asked them, what is that? Like the flag? And then they're like, man, I want one of those. That thing looks nice. Because it's just such a nice design. I mean, it's a beautiful flag.
We have actually, believe it or not, folks, and also before anybody says anything, we can't do anything with them. They just got to sort of sit in the vault per se. But we have, I think the rough number is about 10 left in the vault that are going to stay there as like historic, like replicas, not replicas. It's the real deal. It's just 10 of the flags we actually kept in the vault. So maybe one day, maybe the 10 flags will see the light of day. But for now, they are tucked away in the vault, not collecting dust in a nice little crate, being nicely kept.
Yeah, and we actually do have some left. I actually, Matthew and me both have one personally as well. I think I have flag number 2, and Matthew has flag number 3. And then it's Torosaur, who is the Betsy Ross, basically, of the Lee Spring Army. He has flag number 1. It was literally the first one ever made, and it was the prototype for all of the other flags, and he has that one. And then I have number 2, and then Matthew has number 3, and then everyone else out there has number 4 to, I think, 550 or so. And I think that's the number of them that are out there right now. Some of them, I don't know if some of them are still around. Hopefully all of them are still around. But beyond that, I got to thank you massively for the support, Jack Ray. I would love to get merch out there. It's not needed. Like, we can keep running the channel without it, but a lot of people would love to have an LSA flag. And if for anything at all, even if we were just to open up the store, just to run one more thing, one more time, it probably would just be a flag run if we could make that happen. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And I also saw someone in the chat say, like you're talking about the guy who was assassinated a while ago. He was political, y'all, or not. Y'all wouldn't believe it. We get a great deal of death threats running this channel from time to time. There are crazy people. There's crazy people out there who take issue to everything. So you've kind of got to be careful and kind of be on your toes, no matter what category you're in, whether people think it's political or not, because there's someone out there who is going to take an affront to anything anyone says and try and act on that issue that they have. So we kind of got to be careful about that altogether. But with that, I hope that does address that the best that we possibly can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news for the night. And we do have quite a lot of it, folks. Quite a great deal. Moving us on over and into the major news of the day, we have been able to hear about the ongoing war in Ukraine and also the fact that it's not going to be ending. Apparently, the U.S. delegation was actually supposed to meet Zelensky and his delegates inside of Brussels in Belgium. They actually flew all the way back to the United States, Witkoff and Rubio did. So now the Ukrainians, headed by Umarov, are actually going to have to fly all the way back to Miami to continue the talks again. Additionally, we have also heard in Washington, D.C. that apparently we got some little bit of information that the president is once again saying that he doesn't know what the Kremlin's doing. I didn't include it. I trimmed it because we had a lot to cover tonight. But he stated that he didn't know what the Kremlin was doing, which is kind of odd considering that the delegates just came back from a 5-hour talk with him, and they kind of seem to at least have an idea that it's going nowhere. But anyways, we also were able to hear inside of Belgium that as the European Union has drawn up once again another $212 billion support package for Ukraine, generally using frozen financial Russian funds that would be liquidated in Belgium, the Belgians have vetoed the act again and has stated that they are not impressed and have rejected the proposal outright. Generally, the reason why the Belgians are doing this is because most of the frozen Russian funds are actually inside of Belgium. So if Belgium liquidates the frozen funds and turns it into cash that the Europeans can use to fund Ukraine, they are concerned that the Russians are going to take direct action against Belgium, although Belgium is a part of NATO. And so that is what is generally what we understand, at least from internal discussions in the Belgian government, to be what is hamstringing this whole thing, is that the entirety of Europe is voting, yes, Belgium has to liquidate the assets, and then every time they vote that, Belgium then goes, no, we're not doing that, and then they pretty much throw that out the window. So, that's basically the holdup right now inside of Belgium. Meanwhile, Italy is now also saying that they're going to be backing out of the Pearl Initiative, which is a program to purchase U.S. weapons for Ukraine with European funds. Italy said it currently considers participation in NATO's program to purchase U.S. weapons for Ukraine premature amid ongoing talks for a possible ceasefire, although it's quite clear that a ceasefire talk has been attempted all year and it's gone nowhere. Now the Italians are backing out. So you got Admiral Giuseppe on one end who's saying that we're going to start blitzing the Russians tomorrow, and then the Italian government on the other end, also Italian, is now saying that they're going to completely back off of even buying U.S. weapons for Ukraine because there might be a peace on the horizon, although it's clearly not happening. So that's quite interesting from the Italians. I don't know why in the world they're saying that. They've generally been on board with the Ukrainians and supporting them the whole war, but now it seems they want to back off a little bit. Don't really know why. Well, we generally know why, but we won't get into that. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking right now about the Belgians and their refusal to start liquidating Russian funds, and once again shooting down another proposition in the EU today over that matter. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So Belgium right now is holding up the entire plans to fund Ukraine. It's really unfortunate, actually. And it's really actually a pretty big deal. So just to recap it one more time, Belgium is currently refusing to approve EU plans to liquidate frozen Russian assets to help fund the Ukraine war against Russia. So what is happening? Why is Belgium causing this issue on their own accord? So 63% said Belgium is scared of Russia, while 17% said it's purely political games. Excuse me. And 12% said Belgium is not truly pro-Ukraine. So I'm with the enforcer. I think Belgium is scared of Russia. If y'all recall, there was actually Russian drones flying over Belgium's skies for a while, and I think that was intentional to scare the Belgians into compliance with Putin's goals. So it's purely a scaredy cat tactic right here that Belgium is currently pulling off. And it's really honestly disgraceful because I understand that Belgium doesn't want to get the heat of the Russians. But at the same time, though, Ukraine is fighting for Europe's security, at least in my opinion, they are. So Belgium is indirectly benefiting from that because the Russians are being held off from invading Europe because they're fighting with Ukraine and they can't make any progress there. So Belgium's benefiting in a certain way, and now Belgium's not going to be brave on their own accord to actually help their friend in Ukraine. They're instead going to take the cowardly approach and say, we're not going to liquidate the Russian assets and we're just going to play it safe, which to me is pretty cowardly. So I'm with the 65%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm also with the 65% as well. It does seem quite cowardly, in my opinion. I think that everyone can generally agree with that. The Belgians are concerned, as a NATO state, mind you all, that the Russians are going to take direct action against them, and no one's going to be there to help them if they liquidate these assets. That's basically what their approach is at the moment to the situation. And I gotta say, isn't that kind of stupid? I mean, the entirety of NATO, and in fact the entirety of the European Union for that matter, is right behind them and supporting them every single step of the way in liquidating these assets, and yet they still won't. this is one of the biggest funding operations that could be seen for the state of Ukraine. As a matter of fact, off of $60 billion a year, off of the running standard that we would say the Ukrainians would be able to not only overpower the Russians, but generally beat them with in firepower, that would last them about 3 years, 3.5 years, which is way longer than the war could ever go on at this point, considering the Russian economic situation. So I'd have to be honest with y'all, I just don't know why in the world the Belgians will not go through with this. And on top of that, the whole of the EU's behind them, the whole of NATO's behind them, so both major institutions that they are a part of is behind them. I don't know why in the world they're so scared to follow through with this. And everyone else is voting.
And also, it's like a really big deal, too, is I see some people saying, well, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But it is that big of a deal. That's enough money in frozen Russian assets right there to fund the war for at least a couple of years in those frozen assets right there. That could fund Ukraine single-handedly, and the Ukraine wouldn't have to worry about the U.S. approving anything at that point. They would be almost solely funded with these assets that have been liquidated that were the Russian assets. So, I mean, that's like self-funding the war, basically funding it through Russia's money, basically. So that would be ideal, like the perfect case scenario for that to happen. And it's hard to believe that Belgium is actually taking the actual big step to hold it up. They're actually holding up like literally the perfect scenario.
I mean, honestly, it is actually crazy, folks. And it's an interesting sort of a development. I'm honestly quite disappointed in the Belgian government at this point. It was the Dutch just north of them, I believe, that were the first to fire at drones that the Russians were flying over Europe, at least recently, outside of the Poles, which also did that in the first drone incursion. And then right to the south of them, while the Dutch were the first to take armed action against Russian drones in recent times, the Belgians are the last to want to take any action, even financially, against the Russians in the present day. Quite unfortunate. And I think that the Belgians ought to man up a little bit and get on board with the rest of everyone else here. But moving on from that, we did get to hear that inside of Moscow today, folks, there's actually been comments from apparently a new lady that has shown up inside of the Russian government. And this lady is actually making comments, oddly enough, folks, about the situation that's going on down in the Caribbean with the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow. Matthew, have you heard of this new representative of Russia?
Who is it? I hadn't heard of him.
They call him they call her actually let's see, what is it? It's something like Nikki Maduro, and she's apparently the Venezuelan special envoy to Venezuela. And I actually was able to hear a comment from this person earlier today. They said, excuse me, the water in Venezuela is bad.
Oh my god.
Imagine there are people. Man, like, bro.
What the hell? What the hell?
Man,
what is this?
It's literally it's a picture I took of Maduro, and I put like a wig on him and some lipstick and some glasses, man. And like I was doing this in the Venezuela segment, man, and it was not ready in time before we moved on. So it was literally missing like the lips and the glasses. So I had to go get those while you were talking. I've literally been working on this the whole time we've been talking on the show. I've been talking and doing this on the side screen the whole time.
This guy wouldn't happen to be a horologist, would he?
No, he's more so into the essential oils and the rocks and stuff.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, but apparently this is Nikki Maduro, who is a Venezuelan special envoy to Venezuela from Russia. By the way, just want to make that clear. Totally different person than who in the world's running Venezuela right now. Also,
and she kind of looks a little busted. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit busted. I'm not judging off of appearances or nothing, but I mean, come on. I mean, jeez. Man. She's got a mustache.
Also, I saw someone say AI Maduro image. No, it's not. Here, I'll show you. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Here we are. That's the original picture. That's what I did to it. So this is an AI. This is what I did to the picture in the middle of the show. It took a minute to find all that. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on from that whole deal. I had to show it to y'all, though, considering that I had been working hard on that behind the scenes. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news for the night, which is once again about the war in Ukraine. Oh, by the way, just a small note, coming out of the Middle East today, the only development we got out of there was apparently another attack on IDF troops in Rafah, as a Hamas-linked channel warned of possible escalation in the coming hours and called on resistors to exercise increased caution, once again showing that at least some sort of a Hamas-affiliated group group is currently trying to conduct actions against the IDF and appears to have been successful, at least within Rafah, possibly showing that the conflict in the Gaza Strip will be reheating and getting back to a hot war once again in the area. Moving on from that, it's now time for us to get into the war in Ukraine. Moving us directly off of the coast of Romania, we have been able to see that one of the Ukrainian drones, believed to have been involved on the attacks on the Kairos and the Virat, apparently became errant, running out of control and then stalling and floating adrift into the waters of Romania, about 36 miles off the coast, technically within their EEZ. The Romanians did disarm and detonate the drone off of their coast, with video actually being published of the very moment when the drone was detonated remotely by Romanian EOD teams. And here's the clip. And there's the explosion.
Wow, kind of fascinating they would actually take that out, because surely they know that Ukraine's not going to strike their coast with it. So, you know, kind of a little bit of an odd decision.
Well, it's generally a threat to shipping, because with the thing being out of control and just floating around, it's pretty much a floating landmine. And considering that it's a direct impact explosive, meaning that if anything makes contact with the bow of that little remote control boat, the boat will explode automatically. This thing could pose a great risk to major ships that are transiting through the area in Romania's waters. So they generally have to blow it up just for navigational safety reasons, especially considering that the Ukrainians have no way to recover it at this point, and it's in their waters. So it appears that that was generally done, from what I understand, for navigational safety within the area, but not done because the Romanians lack any trust in Ukrainian armed forces, or the fact that they would try and attempt an attack on Romania. We also saw that apparently a Moldovan has apparently got a bountiful harvest of Russian drone out of their fields today in Moldova.
Kind of a nasty one, but I guess it has some pawn value.
Man, honestly. Oh, dang, we got that little ringtone. Yeah, we got a little ringtone. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. We're going to have to mute it. But
that's the buyer calling in. He said, I saw your listing on eBay for a slightly used drone. How much would you let it go for? I know what I got. No lowball offers.
Bro, this guy said, wings held on with duct tape. Mileage high, $2,000. I know what I got. No lowballers. Man, like,
it's been garaged, it's been detailed, taken care of. Ailerons are perfectly functioning, as you can tell. They're not rusty. It's perfect in converted condition. Look at this duct tape at the front. It's great stuff.
Man. Oh, look at this. MCAK. Yeah. CDA 22.11. Big 4. I don't know what the writing on the nose cone is for. Appears to be some sort of instructions for the drone operators to configure the drone properly, most likely for launch. But once again, this is a decoy, so it did not have an explosive on board when it hit Moldova, but apparently it was picked up by a farmer today. We also saw, in some additional news coming out of the Russian Federation, or as we call it in the Russian, Российской Федерации, that there were a significant amount of attacks that Ukraine was able to land in Russia overnight. The Ukrainians are also landing another major attack on the Russians right now, practically in all directions once again, so we'll be getting information on that attack tomorrow. Meanwhile, the attack from last night did produce meaningful fruit, as the area around Orel clearly was under attack. Do you hear that? Oh, do you see that? Oh!
Vadim, turn off the lights!
Oh, do you not?
Hey, Vadim, I think somebody's breaking in my car. Go get the gate.
Get my RPK, блин.
Там прям дымочек нормальный, хотя трубы ТЭЦ, они за этим зданием. То есть дымит там прям вообще охуенно. У меня пасек также может. Дымок ебашит вот оттуда, откуда-то. Дымок ебашит.
The same guy, by the way, just a slightly different clip from him. Meanwhile, across the way, inside of the city of Voronezh, we'll save that one in Lipetsk in a minute. In Voronezh, we also were able to hear the sirens. They're a little weak sounding, but they're there. Ah, there we are.
It's a bad day in Voronezh.
And there was a drone attack corridor. We also were able to see a little bit of additional development in Voronezh as well.
Вот, у меня окна валяются, и вот сбили.
A little debris, блядь.
A little debris situation.
Up to you, man, bleh. Moving on from that, now it's time to move on to the big one of the night. Near to the area of the city of Lipets, kind of around the area of Bolshaya, Oleksivka, Ivanovka, Novosokova, and also Troyny, Polenino, Podera, Pavlovka, Kuchina, Detsyarka, Kichitovka, and Peshevatka. There was a pipeline that is quite important for the Russians to pass through this area of all those villages. And, well, it blew up. The Ukrainians hit it dead on, and it turned into the morning sun.
Oh my god.
Man, and they call Japan the land of the rising sun. I think the Russians are about to take that motto from them.
I'm hearing like the sounds of the dam down in the distance. Like, what's going on over there?
Bruh, it's the demons escaping from the pits of hell in Russia. It's like, yo, it's more of the Russian army here.
I'll tell you what, call those genealogy services. I think Putin's relatives just came out to play.
Man, bro, the devil's down there. Hey, shut that. You're letting in a draft. Like, okay, sorry, man. But that was the pipeline that was hit directly within that area. It did blow up like a small nuclear bomb. So that pipeline's going to be out until repairs can be effected. It's pretty much out already. Moving on from that, and on over into Tambov, we also got to see a Russian refinery within the town of Tambov was also hit as well and did go up in a large fireball. So, it looks like it all came together. Moving on out of the Russian Federation and on into Ukraine, we have been able to get a significant amount of developments from the front line. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. A couple of more attacks in Russia. There's so many of them every night, you just kind of forget a couple of them. We did also see an attack happening, apparently with a storm shadow that failed. It just kind of sadly landed in the backyard of this guy's place in a couple of different pieces. But that is actually a storm shadow, so maybe one of the few intact ones the Russians have actually been able to recover. This happens eventually. We did also get to see within the area of Rostov-on-Don this. Oh. And that was right over here at Leventsovka on the western side of Rostov-na-Donu. So it does appear that there was a Ukrainian attack in Rostov-on-Don. We're going to be hopefully getting a damage assessment of that soon. Moving us on into Ukraine finally. Oh, wait a minute. One more. I'm so sorry, everyone. There's one more. You sit there and you look at the amount of attacks, and you just think, there can't be that many, and there was. So, moving us on down into the town of Nevenomysisk, which is how you pronounce that, actually. We also saw a direct hit on a facility off in the distance, but notice that right there. What is that? Is that a MiG-29 F-13? Fully operated. It's not a MiG-29 F-13, by the way. That would be a MiG-21, but is that a MiG-29? Right there on an airfield near to Nizhny Mysinsk. Let me get back down there and show this to y'all. Oh, up to you, man. Where's the military airfield around here? Up to you, man. Well, where is it? Oh, no, it's not right there. I always find them, folks, before the stream, and then I get on here, and then I zoom in, and it's like I completely get amnesia, or Alzheimer's, which a lot of U.S. presidents have, and I can't really find this thing, so unfortunately I won't be able to, show y'all exactly where that airfield was in that town, but it was hit. It was hit in Stavropol. But moving on out of that area, it is time for us to finally get
I think there was an airfield hit in Stavropol.
Oh, really?
Oh, look, man, I mean, come on. What, are you not doing the news or what?
Look, Jack, you gotta understand, me and my boy, we're very similar. Go ahead and take it away. Some of us has got to take naps. Even when the Secretary of State's talking, we just put our head down and go to sleep. It's just what we do. It's what we do because we're old and we don't remember. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. The presidents are losing their minds.
They said, sir, you're taking Z's, sir. You're taking Z's. I said, I'm not for the Russians. I'm just sleeping, that's all.
They sat there and said, sir, are you on the Quaaludes? And I said, no, I'm just tired. Like, I'm very sleepy, and I need a blanket and a pillow and some milky. I need milky. And not
Wow.
Bubba, not Bubba, not that. Get your mind out of the gutter. That's not what we're talking about here. Look, Jack, you gotta understand. When the presidents are in their 70s and 80s, we get really tired, and you're taking a nap, and Tempur-Pedics, and beds, sleeping, and you gotta ask if we're sleeping like a baby. But anyways, moving on. Moving on from that, we're moving on into Kyiv, where we also were able to hear that according to a poll that's been made of the Ukrainian public, according to most pollers, they believe that 86.7%, by the way, which is what we would consider a well beyond a unanimous poll here on the channel, actually believe that freezing the front line where it is right now will not stop Russia from attacking again. So generally showing that the Ukrainian public, at least the portion that was polled here, does not believe by any measure that stopping the front lines, even where they are right now, is going to stop the Russians from restarting the war in the future. Moving on from that, we also were able to hear some additional developments out of our location unknowns. First, we were able to see these Russians launching one of their drones. Let's take a look at this drone provided by the Acme Corporation.
That's crap. Oh my god. Well, I didn't see that video earlier today. That was a shock. Wait a minute, go back one more time. That just blew my mind there.
Bro, that thing leaped out the window and straight to the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh my
That was horrible. That's terrible.
Oh my god, look at this. Bro, and they got the damn tinfoil popcorn popper the link from the stoves off here. That's the explosive, apparently. Let's take a look at that again.
Oh god.
Oh my
That thing
god.
blew up like an Acme trick, like the coyote would have whipped out or something like that. Like, they literally did an Acme little joint.
Oh my god. Dude, honestly, we gotta watch this one more time, folks.
Oh, they really wound that thing up too. They like send that thing full throttle, like it went full throttle right into the ground.
Oh my god, dude, that's like when we used to have like those giant styrofoam planes as kids, and you would like fling that thing as hard as you could, and it would immediately nosedive like right in front of you into the ground. That's basically what they did with an armed drone right here with a launcher. Gotta say, the Acme Corporation is probably going to wipe out more Russians than the Ukrainians are at this point. But a huge shout out to the Acme Corporation. They might be as effective at taking out the Russians as the Ukrainians are, or the Russians even. We also got to see that a North Korean MLRS of the M1991 variety or type was actually seen within Ukraine recently. There it is right there. This isn't the first time that we've seen an M1991. We've seen them seldomly before, but once again showing that North Korean equipment is still showing up somewhat decently around the front sometimes.
And it looks junky as ever.
Man, it looks like crap. Honestly, man, most of the North Korean stuff looks like absolute doo-doo. But moving on from that, we also got the Russian casualty report for the day, which was one hell of a report. One Bobcat.
Oh, they're trickling the Bobcats. Look at that. We got one more today. You gotta love it how they just give you like one every once in a while. Almost like a crack addict or something like that. Just one right there or something like that. But anyways, tell us more.
Nancy, we call this trickle-down Bobcatnomics. You wipe out enough Russian soldiers, and it trickles down eventually into a single Bobcat loss. It's a great plan, Nancy, but according to the casualty report, which was put out greatly and appreciatively by Misty's keeper of the records, there's a typo in the casualty report. And the typo is for MLRSs, which is actually about 3+ total for day 1,555. Other recent high troop losses were the October 12th time and July 15th, with the same numbers around those periods. Additionally, we also got to see that tanks are back and another special equipment system is back as well, and drones are once again on a 2-day low, most likely due to the peace negotiations possibly happening, according to Ms. Disa, and I'd also largely agree with that, Nancy. But moving on from that and into our casualty report, we were able to see that 1,200 Russian soldiers were iced over the past couple of days, along with 3 APCs, well, actually, just the past day, along with 3 APCs, 47 supply trucks, 6 main battle tanks, 12 artillery pieces, 90 drones, 3 MLRSs, and the 1 Bobcat. So it does appear that things are going quite well. Moving on from that, though, and on into the rest of the news that we have, we also got to see the Ukrainians striking and attacking Russians near to Shebekino. I mean, not Shebekino. That's like the Russian version of a cappuccino. But the Ukrainians were obliterating the Russians near Shebekino, which is just north of the town of Vovchansk. There goes the artillery, and there goes the impact. Wow, how effective. And look, another. And they're
very generous. They're very generous out here. You know how those people, you show up to some people's house and they're like, here, have some food. And you're like, oh, thank you. You eat some of it and stuff like that. And then you're like, okay, I'm stuffed. Oh, here, have some more. And oh, okay. So you have a little bit more. It's kind of what the Ukrainians are doing to the Russians. They let them have a little bit more each time.
Man, just a little extra. They always are open to giving the Russians seconds. We also got to see the Russians getting seconds right here in Vovchansk today. I don't think they'll be asking for more.
No, I think they got. I think they got the stuffing.
Look, Jack, you gotta understand. They got stuffed like a Thanksgiving turkey.
I said, "Look, man, give them the stuffing." They said, "Come on, man."
You like the island. but anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians did retake ground today, near to the area of southwestern Vovchansk, which apparently I put the wrong marker there, which is unfortunate, but the Ukrainians did take a small amount of ground within this area today. Moving on from that and down the line towards Lyman, we also got to see them hitting Russian forces, which apparently was a little too spicy, so we'll skip past that one, but the Ukrainians are continuing to inflict significant losses on the Russian forces within the Lyman area over the course of the day. Moving further on down the line and into the city of Donetsk, we also got to see the situation in the Donbass. Let's take a look at what's going on in the Donbass with those Russian Don asses. Let's take a look.
Oh. Was that a gush gun?
I think so, yeah. Sounds like it. The air defense fire cracking overhead.
That drone is determined. It's not stopping.
Nah, that thing is still chugging on along. You can hear it's going. Man, it's like it ain't stopping.
It's a stunt plane, and they're about to pull the ultimate stunt.
Man, watch them pull this trick. They call it the fall down and blow up trick. Oh, it's going right overhead just about now. Oh, and off it goes.
It's getting loud.
It sounds like it's going over again.
It's a drive-by. Man, they call that little trick right there, hippity-hoppity, get off my property.
And I don't even know what this clip is, honestly, man, but this sounded loud, actually. Oh. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, right there. Those things are not stealth. Like, that's the only downside of those drones that are long range like that, is they are definitely not stealth.
Man, like, you hear it from 50 miles away. What's that? Oh, no, it's a drone. Like, it's just like, oh, no. But moving on up into the Pokrovsk, we did get a lot of footage from here. First, we got to see some Ukrainian drone operators watching a Ukrainian shoot down a Russian drone with just 2 shots. This is apparently done by the Omega unit on the front. There's the drone right there. You can kind of hardly see it. Even I can hardly see it. But it's right there. The camera's trying to get a little bit of focus. There it is, right at the mouse cursor. I'm going to try and keep the mouse cursor on it as much as I can. And so it's hovering there. Russians apparently didn't take evasive maneuver classes when they were learning how to fly these. It's flying quite slowly. It might even be a fiber optic. And we see it's still making its way on in. Still making its way on in. Trying to find a Ukrainian to hit, but the Ukrainians are about to turn the cards and hit it instead. And we see it still flying there, and boom! First shot hits, dead on hit. The drone's battery catches on fire. The drone's still flying, miraculously, but now it looks to be going out of control. and then exploding again, and then falling to the ground like a lemming. And
Man, that thing was sputtering like Sanford and Son's old truck when it was like struggling to drive or something like that. It was like sputtering smoke out of it and flames and sparks. Like go back to it for a second. Go back and look at that real quick. That thing was literally sputtering like a pitiful looking thing. Look at it. Here, it's about to do it. Look at it sputtering. Oh man.
Oh man, the Ukrainians did some awesome work on that, being able to land that shot, and also the result was pretty funny, and luckily no one was able to be targeted and hit by that drone either. Moving on to Pokrovsk, we also saw the Ukrainians hitting the Russians in Pokrovsk, that are in the southern part of the city. Oh, up to your mind, blue. Oh, and hitting them again, up to your mind. Oh, hitting them again. What the that? Oh, blue.
Yet Vladimir.
Niet Vladimir. Niet Vladimir. But moving on from that clip, you know, it's the holiday season, folks, and the Ukrainians are all about giving. They're about to start giving the Russians some lead. We're gonna have to mute that. I'll make sure to sing the song that's going on in this clip right now, folks. We'll make it serious. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Like that's the song they're playing, of course. It's Christmas, folks. It's the season of giving. And the Ukrainians are all about giving to the Russians. And what are they going to give back to the Russians? Lead and high explosives. It's what the Russians would want.
Just nipping at your toes because they're freaks like that.
Oh my god! What did they hit that with? Did they just hit that with, like, the vaporization bomb? My god, look at the shockwave. Like, my god, dude.
Damn. That really was insane. Like, really, seriously, that was a hell of a shockwave. That was a fast-moving shockwave, too. That thing was, like, rapid.
And we see the Ukrainians watching the Russians go. Look at him go. He's booking it. Oh, and we can see a guy down there taking a nap. They're about to target some others as well.
It's tough, like, when you're out here, like, not being rotated at the front lines. Like, sometimes they literally just, like, have to stop and take rests because, you know, it's tiresome.
Yeah, sometimes they have to do that. But we're going to end the clip right there because the rest of it's just generally guys, you know, hanging out with their equipment, you know, sleeping in the streets, all that sort of stuff. But moving on from that, we also get to see the Ukrainians wheeling away a captured Shahed. They actually had a special unit, the Presidential Brigade, come out here, use an electronic warfare system to down one, intact, and then they loaded it on a trailer and ran off with it so that way they could take it apart and figure out what the Russians are making these out of these days. So here's the clip. Bro, he said we're boosting it. Bro, he said we're boosting this thing, bro.
Oh wait, they stole the Shahed? They got that? They took the Shahed on a trailer?
So yeah, I think you may have been typing in the chat, but they got an electronic warfare system. They sent out the Presidential Brigade, at least this platoon, with a special objective of finding a Shahed that was flying in the country, hitting it with the electronic warfare device, and forcing it to soft land, so that way they could pick it up, throw it on a trailer, and take it back someplace, so that way some Ukrainian techs can start ripping the thing apart and figure out how the Russians are making them these days, and what components are in them, and what kind of possible weaknesses they might have.
Well, that's impressive right there, just boosting a whole Shahed, and it looks like it's in pretty damn good shape.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy.
Перехоплений підарок. Да.
Oh, he's happy.
Остатки. Остатки.
That's what got obliterated.
Мотор лежить. Ё-моё. Да.
That doesn't look like a motor to me, buddy.
Oh, that looks like a motor right there. There it is.
That's the motor. That's the
Не над
motor.
населенниками. Перехоплюємо в полях. Да, о.
Bro, he said, "Oh, Geran." He didn't say green. He said, "Oh, Geran." Man, he's like, "Look, we got a Geran." By the way, folks, the Geran is actually the Russian-built version. It's the license-made version of the Shahed. So a Shahed 136 is from Iran. Geran 2s, which is what they're actually using mostly these days, those are the Russian-built ones. Dang, okay, that was quite loud.
Okay.
All right, well, good on the balava. The balava just made my ears balava and bleed. But moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians in the 25th Airborne Brigade hitting that drum and bass, doing a ammo resupply, and also is generally a resupply in general, through these Rasputitsa streets.
This is like an advertisement. Minimal risk to the operator. Operates in extremely challenging conditions. This weapon is a game changer on the battlefield.
We now see him unpacking the cargo.
It's very human in its design.
The water is very human. And the cargo. Man, that's a giant pack. He's got like an Uber Eats pack on him right there. Look at him.
And Deliveroo.
Man, this is Ukraine Eats. Like you eat. But anyways, or Ukraine mates. That's also what this is called. But moving on from the cross front and further on down, we also get to see near the Novopolivka direction some Russians getting hit, apparently a little spicy. None of these seem spicy to me. Like, I'll be honest with you, I kind of get a little, desensitized to the whole thing. When I saw them, I didn't think they were spicy, but apparently now they're spicy. I don't know why. But anyways, we also get to see the Ukrainians hitting some abandoned Russian vehicles down here in the Zaporizhzhia region.
Another crapper designed by yours truly, the Ruskies. This thing looks like hell.
Man, it really does. Meanwhile, man, the song in this video is, "The weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful." And man, it's chill. It's Christmas, you know. Like whenever we have to mute for copyrighted music, folks, we just sing a Christmas song. It's Christmas. In Russia, we have a great Christmas tradition. We have this guy called Father Frost, and he comes around freezing children to death. Great Christmas to have. Who in the world would not want their little snot-nosed brats freezing to death in cold? Only wicked Westerners would want that, or wouldn't want that. But moving on from that, we also saw near Tokmak a couple of Russian tanks getting destroyed by the 128th Mountain Assault Brigade. That's a BMP-3. This is a BMP-3 as well. And they're going to hit the anti-tank mine they had on the side of it for some reason. Randy McD said, "You guys will love shoveling and salting." I actually prefer shoveling and peppering, thank you. But there goes a Russian right there. Okay, that one was a pretty big dad joke, right? like that one was, honestly.
Oh my.
Oh my heavens. Well, it looks like he lost the game of tag. Well, moving on from that clip, it's now time for us to move on up and into Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on this day of the war, day 1379. Because it's actually not the days of the world news, folks. The numbering is actually coming from the days that the war in Ukraine's been going on. And it's been going on for 1,379 days as of today. And Zelensky is still here and still giving speeches 1,379 days in. And so, without further ado, here is the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Speech!
Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Сьогодні регулярні доповіді нашої команди по роботі з партнерами. Сьогодні в Брюсселі міністр закордонних справ України, а також секретар РНБО та начальник Генерального штабу. На всіх рівнях ми працюємо, щоб була підтримка і оборона, і дипломатична, і підтримка нашої стійкості. Андрій Сибіга сьогодні представляв нашу державу у форматі Ради Україна-НАТО. Рустем Умєров та Андрій Гнатов спілкувалися з безпековими командами європейських лідерів. Найголовніше – це дієва участь Європи у нашому захисті. Також у гарантуванні безпеки після цієї війни. Активність максимальна, щоб війну завершити. І з нашої сторони від української держави не буде жодних перепон і зволікань. Ми абсолютно конструктивні, дуже швидкі в роботі з партнерами. І всі це відзначають. Американська сторона також. Готуємо зустрічі в Сполучених Штатах Америки після повернення американської команди з Москви та відповідних консультацій у Вашингтоні. Рустем Умєров, Андрій Гнатов та всі, хто потрібен для перемовин, продовжать розмову з представниками президента Трампа. Чекаємо новин найближчими днями щодо таких зустрічей, контактів, перемовин. Особисті зустрічі чи телефонні розмови є. Постійний контакт між усіма партнерами та між партнерами та Україною. Все зараз відбувається доволі результативно. На зустрічах в Женеві та у Флориді Україну чули і до України дослухались, і це важливо. Розраховуємо, що і надалі буде саме так. Лише із врахуванням інтересів України можливий достойний мир. Також продовжу на своєму рівні спілкування з лідерами. Фактично, кожен день координація, обмін ідеями, домовленості. Як говорити з іншими лідерами і що може дати більше безпеки. Зараз світ точно відчуває, що можливість закінчити війну є. І треба наявну активність в перемовинах підкріплювати тиском на Росію. Саме від такої комбінації все залежить. Конструктивна дипломатія плюс тиск на агресора. Обидва компоненти працюють на мир. Важливо також, що є конструктивна внутрішня робота в Україні. Я дякую парламентарям за голосування за державний бюджет на наступний рік. Це гарантує, що фінансову роботу ми забезпечимо. Уряд України добре працює із нашими партнерами, щоб покрити дефіцити. Є розуміння, як це буде зроблено. Продовжуємо політику також і повної реорганізації та очищення в енергетичному та оборонному секторах. Говорив сьогодні детально з прем'єр-міністром України Юлією Свериденко. Я дякую, що всі процеси відбуваються швидко, в тому числі перезавантаження наглядових рад в енергетичних компаніях. Міністр оборони України Денис Шмигаль оперативно забезпечить перезавантаження наглядових рад оборонних підприємств. Консультуємось також і по парламентській роботі. Сьогодні детально говорив з керівником фракції більшості та іншими представниками Верховної Ради України щодо закону про бюджет. Ключові речі дотримані. Дякую. Зокрема, все, що стосується підвищення зарплат вчителям в наступному році. Забезпечені також необхідні програми підтримки людей, в тому числі програма медичних чекапів, перевірка здоров'я для всіх, хто досяг 40-річного віку. Кошти на таку перевірку дає держава. Це хороша можливість запобігти багатьом проблемам зі здоров'ям. Я прошу уряд детально роз'яснювати людям, як скористатися цією програмою чекапів. Сьогодні прем'єр-міністр доповіла мені також по програмі зимової підтримки вже майже 15 мільйонів українців у програмі, майже 3 мільйони заявок на дітей. Це точно доводить, що програма вчасна і дійсно потрібна людям. Людей треба підтримувати. Кошти на цю програму і на всі інші програми підтримки будуть в повному обсязі. Тривають виплати і для тих, хто оформив заявку на зимову підтримку через Дію, і для тих, хто оформив заявку через Укрпошту. Ще кілька речей. Є рішення партнерів про закупівлі зброї в Америці, програму Pearl. Сьогодні Норвегія заявила про новий внесок у Pearl. Дякую. Також Люксембург. Канада збільшить внесок. Знаємо про внесок Польщі. Напередодні ще було рішення Нідерландів. Будуть і перші внески від країн поза НАТО. Всім хочу подякувати особисто. Очікую доповідь щодо повних результатів роботи по програмі Pearl. Це особливе завдання для української дипломатії – тримати темп в оборонних програмах та проєктах з Америкою та іншими партнерами. Дипломатичний темп багато в чому визначає силу нашої оборони від російських окупантів і можливості наших активних кроків, нашої далекобійності, нашого захисту від російських ударів. Сусідство з Росією за будь-яких обставин є небезпекою, але сила України у єдності зі світом та у нашій власній спроможності визначати порядок денний. Дякую всім, хто працює заради нашої держави, заради наших людей. Дякую кожному нашому воїну. Слава Україні!
Slava. And with that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of the war, 1379. And it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I gotta say, folks, it is one hell of a thing to see that so many people have been watching and enjoying this show throughout the course of the night. We had a peak viewership tonight of 13.4 thousand people, and over the course of the stream, 65,000 people have watched. And I've got to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people continue to choose the Enforcer channel to be a celebrated and primary source of news. We're about to be moving on to the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it always a blast, because we literally get to talk about literally anything and everything in the question segment. We get to talk about everything except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. And I gotta say, folks, we're gonna have a real blast talking about everything but those 4 topics. But Matthew, I understand that we actually have, before we get into all those questions, one last poll. And I don't mean the Poles, folks. The Poles, there's a lot of Poles out there, actually. They live in a place called Poland. They have a whole country for those people. But beyond that, we're talking about the poll. The one in the chat that's asking all of y'all about a question and looking for an answer. Sadly, it's not open-ended, and we can't give an unlimited amount of options to the answers. We can only give 4. YouTube's kind of a little selective with that. But we are going to make sure to get on into all of that news and all those questions and the answers that everyone gave in that poll. And Matthew, what are people talking about in that poll, and what are you thinking about it?
All right, so the poll question says, what are U.S. leaders actually thinking about Putin's war intentions behind closed doors? Because one thing that most people should understand, I think most people do understand this, is politicians will say one thing in the public, which is usually gaslighting crap, to be perfectly honest, and then in private, they'll actually say the truth, at least sometimes. But some are so delusional, they actually say lies in private too. But, presumably they'll be talking something different behind closed doors. So what do you think it actually is? 59% said that the U.S. knows that Putin wants 100% of Ukrainian territory, while 17% said they know Putin will attack Europe very soon, and they're pretending like they don't know that, and 15% said they know that Putin will actually end the war, and that's why they're pursuing negotiations. So I would say personally, behind the closed doors, I would love to be a fly on the wall to hear what's being said behind closed doors, because I have a very strong hunch that things are not being well thought out behind closed doors. I'll say personally, I think they know that Putin wants 100% of Ukraine. It's pretty obvious. You'd have to be blind and not be able to see to not know that Putin wants 100% of Ukraine. But I think that they truly believe that they can talk Putin into a deal by enticing him with money. But they don't understand that this is not about money. If it was about money, Putin would have never started the war in the first place, because it's destroying the Russian economy. It's about ideology. It's about this grandiose idea in Putin's head that he's going to be the next czar of the Russian Empire. So people will write that off as delusion. I think it's actually what Putin thinks, and I think the U.S. leaders are not understanding that for whatever reason. They've been shown over and over that that's probably true, but they still won't believe it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Mr. President, I think that we have a great initiative here to be able to get a negotiated deal with the Russians. I think so, too, Mr. President. Why do bad thing when good thing good? Yes, Mr. President. Then they go over to Ukraine. Okay, you have to, give up everything. What do you mean? We can't do that. You do that or else. Okay, we might do a little bit of it. Okay, good. Let's go to Russia. What do you think of this, Putin? Have you ever heard the tragedy of Rinky-Dink the Wise? 4 hours later. Okay, we didn't achieve anything. Let's go back to the president. Mr. President, we didn't achieve anything. Why do you mean? Maybe we just need to give them more. That's literally the whole process.
Sometimes they say you just gotta get the foreign leaders and grab them by the. Oh no!
I got a better one, man. The president's probably in there going, I know that you stupid politicians have never been in business, never had a hustle, but do you know what a car salesman says when he's in a car dealership with a customer? What do I have to do to put you in this car? Do you know what you need to be saying to Russia? What do I need to do to put you in this Ukraine? I got to go over there and tell them that. And that's, honestly, man, that's almost how they're doing this. It's like, wait a minute, we can knock another $10,000 off the price. Wouldn't that put you in this car? Wouldn't that get you off the lot in this car? That's almost how they're doing the negotiations. To be honest with y'all, folks, I don't really think there's a lot of, I don't mean to sound critical. Some people are going to take it that way anyway, so criticality be damned. But, I gotta say, I don't really think they honestly know what they're talking about, and I think that the conversations may actually be that in-depth, that well thought out. I think it legitimately is being talked about like it's a car deal at a car lot. You gotta go in there like a dealer. You gotta hustle them. We gotta make a deal. It's all about making the deal. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. The deal has to be made. I think that's legitimately the premise that's being taken here.
I think it is. I think the reason why that is because typically when business people are making a deal, they're all on the same playing field. They know that it's all for the love of money. So whatever decisions are being made, it's all motivated by greed. How much more money can I get out of the next person, and can I try to screw this person over financially? That's the way business deals work in the 21st century. And they've worked like that for a long time, actually, but it's gotten worse. But that's the way typically they think. They're not prepared for somebody like Putin that really doesn't prioritize money because, like I said, the Russian economy is destroying itself. So it's clearly not about money, but the U.S. doesn't seem to be able to comprehend that for whatever reason. They still don't comprehend that it's entirely ideological that Putin's going and doing what he's doing right now for whatever reasons in Putin's head.
But look, Matthew, money. What are you talking about? Affordability is a scam. It's a complete scam, Matthew. The word is made up. It's not real. You understand that, don't you?
Honestly, it is a scam. Nothing's affordable.
Actually, absolutely. Like, absolutely. But, what do we know, folks? We're just two guys on YouTube, You can vote for me for president and see how it goes. I think it'd probably go better than this is going and how the last 4 years went before that. I mean, I'm just being honest, folks. It doesn't take a lot to have some common sense. But common sense in politics is few and far in between. Very non-existent, interestingly enough. And people keep voting in dumber and dumber candidates. I just wish they'd vote in smart people for once, instead of being, having the wool pulled over their eyes by a bartender or a McDonald's manager. And, nothing against those jobs. They're very important to society. But at the same time, I also got to say, I don't really think you can take folks from those positions and then throw them into, say, like a representative's or a senator's spot and then act like they're going to know the intricacies of foreign policy or anything like that, for that matter, Like, at the same time, those politicians probably aren't going to know how to run a McDonald's. There's specialized roles for specialized people. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. That's my 2 cents. That's just my 2 cents, folks. I take it for what it is. The penny's gone, so we have to move up to the next thing, which is going to be the 2 penny, hopefully. But anyways, with that, we're on to the questions. What do we got, Matthew?
All right, so jumping right back into our super chat questions. Once again, our first one here goes to Bobby. It is Bobby, also known as LC39A. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that very generous $100 support. He is back yet again with a big old support right there. And thank you very much, Bobby, once again, for helping to keep the channel running. He said, sorry for my absence. It's the ho, ho, ho time of the year.
And you know something, Bobby? It is that time of the year. It's time for Christmas. Christmas time is here. And it's a great time of year. It's a wonderful time of year. People start getting into the holiday season. People start singing the Christmas songs. Hopefully Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You is not being overplayed. I mean, it's an okay song. It's just that they overdo it. And I gotta say, folks, that Christmas is a great time of year. I hope y'all are all going to be having a blast here over this next month, because Christmas is probably my favorite holiday of the year, right next to the 4th of July. I'm an American. But beyond that, humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, Bobby, because folks like you help us to make this channel possible and help us to keep trucking on to that very Christmas day. And also, once again, folks, I do want to remind everyone that the Enforcer Show does not run on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. So just wanted to put that out there, because out of the days that we have guaranteed off over the whole year, I think, if I remember correctly, it is only 1 day for Thanksgiving, 2 days for Christmas, which is Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And then we have, let's see, what was it? I think it's the 4th of July. I think. I'm not actually really sure if we took the day off for the 4th of July this year. I don't think we did, actually. We might have not. I'll have to look back and see. But I do know that Thanksgiving is 1 day off and Christmas is 2 days off. And those are the guaranteed days off that we get rather than Mondays here on the show. I have to contact my labor rep in the union, though, to make sure that that is the case. But that ought to be the case. So a huge thanks to you. Humongous thanks to you so much once again, Bobby, for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And I just saw Who LFG say, what is your favorite Christmas song? That's a good question. Let's see here. I can't really think of a favorite. I really just listen to all of them, and enjoy them.
I like that one that Snoop Dogg did.
Which one was that?
Didn't he do one? Hold on, wait a minute. Snoop double OG Dog Christmas. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh my God. There's an actual Snoop Dogg Christmas in the what does that say? Wait a minute, hold on. What is that? What is the name of this? Christmas on Death Row? Wow.
Wow. Man, that's really the holiday spirit, right?
Now, I'll
wow.
tell you what, I've never spent Christmas on death row before, but I tell you, I don't mind hearing about it.
Man, I got to say, that's something else right there, really. Oof, I got to say, folks, but anyways, with that, folks, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running, Bobby. And I hope we were able to address that fairly well. And also, let's see, speaking of a favorite Christmas song, though, I got to think up one at least. It's probably Good King Wenceslas. Good King Wenceslas last looked out on the feast of Stephen. That's probably my favorite, honestly, thinking about it. It's a classic. It's pretty good. And I like it. It's got a nice little, like, tune to it, you know?
Do you know the U.S. official's favorite Christmas song?
Which one?
Silver and gold, silver and gold. We love silver and gold. That was so bad, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Man, wait, hang on. I got a good one. Witkoff, the envoy, he's a jolly, happy soul. With a corn cob, I'm in the Kremlin halls, listening to Putin talk about Rinky. Old Witkoff, the envoy. Man, honestly, man, I wish I could do that voice of that Jimmy Durant dude. I can't at all. I tried and I cannot at all. But y'all get the point. But anyways, with that, we're on to
the... Varg says silver and gold, mostly gold. Honestly, though, like, mostly gold. Screw that silver. When we're not going for silver. Oh,
Silver's silver and gold, silver and gold. Not really silver because it's for second, and seconds for losers. Silver and gold.
honestly, man, if I ever went to a singing career, I would need some of that tuning, or some of that auto tune on my voice. Honestly, I just can't hit those notes. I got one tone, and it's monotone. That's like straight up, like low voice, no fluctuation, like when it comes to singing.
Man, you could do songs like Frank Sinatra. Like you could do those. Like he had like 4 notes that he would hit, and that's it. No range. Man, he would literally
have the mafia behind me though.
Man, you gotta have the mop behind you to have a music career with only 4 notes you can hit. Like he'd literally just like talk out the songs. He'd be like, "That's life." That's what all the people say. It's like, dude, anyone could do that. I mean, like, it was good sounding. Like, I'll give it that. But, like, anyone can hit those 4 notes. Like, I could even hit those 4 notes, and I'm terrible at singing. But anyways, with that...
I like that one where he said, I did it my way. I like that one. He said that was his worst song. I was like, damn, this was his best song.
Honestly, though, man, it had, like, no rhythm. He's just like, and now... The end
honestly,
is near.
The whole song was honestly just bragging. Really, honestly, it was kind of like a flex that he kind of had his little his backing behind him. If you know what I mean, he kind of had that support system behind him. He was kind of bragging about it in that song a little bit.
Man, they were all back there going, "Look at him, he did it his way. He got us a chance." Man, like that's what they were doing back there. Like they were fine with it, man. They were like, "Yeah, give him the check." And then Soprano was back there going, "That's no opinion regardless. I bought it because of him. Like he gave me the money." But anyways, enough of that, folks. Enough of that. It's time for us to move on to the next one. But a huge thanks to Bobby once again for that unbelievably massive support and helping this channel to keep on rolling.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here goes to Glock, who's there, LSA, who puts in a $50 support as well. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for that support and also being another longtime channel legend, Mr. Glock. He said, Glock, who's there? Putin who? Putin who sits in the bathtub, farts and bites the bubbles. Love you guys in LSA.
Wait a minute, he's biting bubbles? Someone call the cops. Like, oh my God. Like, wait a minute, blowing bubbles, that's one thing. Biting bubbles, like, hold up, wait a minute. I gotta say, though, I mean, you might have a point, though, Glock, who's there. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, folks, isn't that kind of odd that Putin brought a disposable camera with him to the Diddy party? Isn't that kind of a little something? Man, dude, Putin was coming there, man. He was on a mission. He was like, get in, get out, 15-minute adventure. He was going around snapping pictures of everyone. It's like, oh,
honestly,
like that's a little something. Man, he was sitting there going, "Ain't nothing like a Putin blackmail." Like for a while, did he was over there going, "Ain't nothing like a Diddy party." But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you once again for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to Marion Deemer. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $50 support as well. And we do appreciate that generous support. And Marion said, it feels so good to have a belly laugh. And thank you, and LOC. And it is good to have a laugh from time to time, I will admit, Marion. Also, by the way, not to put a damper on it, by the way, but I did end up watching that 2,000 Meters to Andreevka documentary you told me about, and that was a tough watch. I'll have to admit, I've seen a lot of stuff like the Enforcer has, covering this war for over 3 years now, and doing the videos, the live streams, etc., and we've kind of gotten desensitized to it, but I'll tell you, that documentary there, that one was a tough one to watch, very tough. If y'all haven't watched it, first of all, I don't recommend you watch it if you don't like or can't handle really, really serious things or like graphic content. It's very raw footage, and it really shows you what war actually looks like, and it's shot from the perspective of the soldiers themselves with their camera GoPros. So it's showing everything. There's no censorship. There's nothing like that. It is really raw. And also, by the way, they also tell the stories about some of the soldiers that unfortunately have passed away during some of these battles that they actually filmed on camera. So it's a tough one. Honestly, I would say any politician that has any decision-making power to support Ukraine should be basically made to watch that, because after you watch that, I don't know of anybody that has even a small inkling of a soul that could look at that and say, Ukraine just can screw off. They're going to be on their own. We're not going to support them. I'm not sure who can make that call after seeing something like that. That really shows the reality of it. And it's nasty. And also, by the way, I'm not sure if anybody in every country can watch it. I saw some people saying that they couldn't watch it in Australia or something earlier. I'm not sure if it's been blocked in some of these places, but if you can watch it though, then I would recommend giving it a watch, because it's something that really shows the real situation.
And I got to say, on the side note, I didn't personally see it myself. And also, Matthew, some people will watch it and go, "Why did he die? Only losers die." Like it would probably be something, like it wouldn't be.
I don't even think they would say that, to be honest with you. You'd have to be soulless to say that after watching that.
Well, anyways, beyond that, it is nice to have a good belly laugh, very endearing. And we always try our best to give people a good laugh on here, because we do understand that what we cover is pretty heavy stuff. And we generally do the sort of light sort of reporting and try and get people a laugh by design. And we've said that throughout the whole history of the channel, but it is a very strategic sort of a choice we made. Some people don't get it, and to those people, they can go to hell for all I care. But they always want to act like everything has to be treated like a crying fest and a whining fest. But I know that to keep people involved and engaged, because this is how I started the channel, and then Matthew came on about a month in, but I started it with this sort of a tone because I knew that people can only handle heavy stuff for so long before it becomes too overwhelming and they want to get away from it. But at the same time, it's important for people to know what's actually going on out there. So you have to balance letting people know what's going on out there, but also not making it too emotionally overwhelming to where people are going to check out and not look into any of that again or even care about it. So I made the decision way back when I first started in the first week to have a very light sort of a tone to the show, even with the kind of incredibly heavy stuff that we covered, which is massacres, wars, everything else in between, because it lets y'all know what's going on, but at the same time, it makes it to where you can come back tomorrow and for years, really, and keep hearing about what's going on over there without getting tired of it. And I got to thank you greatly for the support, Marion Deemer, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to do it in the style that we do it, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling day after day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And folks, that's actually something that we used to get derided for heavily when we first started the channel. Like after Matthew was brought on and we started to run this thing together, we were derided by so many people for the first year that we ran this thing, really for the first 2 years, honestly, of people who were acting like we were treating it like a joke, because we didn't really understand the gravity of war because we were kids or something like that. That's what people would say. And more so, I understand, Matthew understands the gravity of war incredibly well. That's also why we do a lot to insulate y'all, the audience, from really being hit by the gravity of that every day. because y'all are having to go about your daily lives. Y'all have a lot to take care of, a lot to focus on, a lot of your own stresses, paying the bills, getting to work, having to deal with bosses, your family, your kids, who knows what, all kinds of stuff everyone has to deal with every day. And adding on some stressors to a lot of people, like hearing about the brutality of what war really is, that's too much for a lot of people. They already got enough going on, so they're going to tune that out and focus on what they really have to care about every day. But the way we do it, we don't make it too stressful. We don't make it to where people are going to sign out for good and not ever look into what's going on around the world again. We make it light enough that even with all the stress and the struggles that people go through every day, they can still get on the show and hear the news and get it in a way that's processable without it overwhelming them over time. So I hope that
Isn't it kind of interesting? I was just thinking about that. It was kind of ironic that you mentioned that. Some people say, "Oh, you're like," they'll say that we've been told this like numerous times as well. It's like people don't know like our background. We're not just like fresh out of high school or something. We've been through a bachelor's degree. We've been through some law school. I mean, we've run the gamut, and we're still young, but we're not like completely inexperienced or something. But people seem to think that anyway. But whatever. But what's interesting is some people will say, "Oh, you're too young to understand war. Or you're too young to understand what this is and stuff like that." It's like, brother, it's like the people our age are the ones fighting the war. It's like we are the ones that fight the war. It's like if something breaks out and there's a draft, we are the ones going to fight. It's not the people saying, "Oh, you're too young." I'm like, you're not going to be fighting the war. It's going to be us. And that's people in Ukraine too. Like, for example, if you watch the little documentary I was talking about, 2,000 meters to Andriivka, all these young men that are fighting are like around their 20s or 22, 23, 24, 25. And they're out here, they were in university. They literally came straight out of university, straight to the front lines, and they're fighting to save their families. And did they understand it before they went to war? It's like, not really. But they jumped into it. They adapted, and they're making what they have to do. They're doing what they have to do now to make sure they're protecting their country. So, I mean, it's always like everybody always wants to say like, "Oh, well, I know different. I know this." It's like nobody really understands war until you've been in it. I haven't been in it. I've seen it on video, but that's a hell of a lot different than actually being in it.
Yeah, and also I saw someone say, "Don't listen to the peanut gallery." No, we don't. But generally talking about what we went through in the first 2 years of running this show, it's about 4 years in now, so this is actually quite a while ago. But we would be disrespected by a lot of people. Like hardly anyone out there would ever give us any respect, and I'm talking about in this kind of a deal of YouTube. Hardly anyone out there would really give us a lot of respect because they just go, "Oh, these are these goofballs who do the voices and joke." And what's kind of funny is that nowadays, practically most of those people actually do respect our show now, because it usually ended up surpassing theirs because instead of sitting there on the moral grandstand of being a virtue signaler and me going, "I'm actually going to treat it with the severity that it really is," and mentally overload people to where they completely check out of actually caring about the war or supporting American Western interests, and they just completely stop caring about it. We're going to lighten it up a lot so that way people can actually be involved and care about it for a far greater time, for a far greater deal than they ever would have. Now I think a lot of them might understand that, or they might just see that that was really the form that works the best. And on top of that, I mean, it works well for a lot of the people who are over there. Like, people don't know this, and this is something I find quite funny for people who deride the show. We have people who watch us in Ukraine that are in the army. That's how we got the artillery sign off that we show in the intro every night from Sign My Rocket, is that the guys in Sign My Rocket knew who we were, enjoyed our channel so much, they offered to do that for us for free as a tribute to the show because they watch it. There were tons of guys in Ukraine, still are, that watch this show because they're in hell, they're in the fight, they're in the very stuff we show every night, and they're out there grueling through it every day. And what's worse, having to sit there and realize the shit they're in, or getting a laugh out of it. And a lot of people are going to resort to getting a laugh because if you're in hell and you're in the circus, you might as well laugh at it. That's how a lot of people
do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the soldiers do. That's what the soldiers do. Like that's the whole thing. Like just simply observing the combat veterans and also active duty combat soldiers. All of them are into that extremely dark humor. That's like their coping mechanism for dealing with being in a hellish situation that nobody can even imagine, as they start going into this dark humor. To most people that hear it that aren't in the military or aren't in war, most people hear it and think, "Wow, what they must be messed up in the head to be thinking like that." But they're not. That's the way they cope with it. They're living that, like in real life. They're actually out there every single day on the verge of death, like every single day. And once they get in that environment, it's really sad, folks. It's really sad when you see the videos of it. These people will never be the same that have fought in wars. Also, we have have a lot of combat veterans in the United States from the World War, the last one, and they'll never be the same. Like they'll never go back to what they were before the war occurred, and they're making a lifelong sacrifice. All these people are. So it's like if they cope with dark humor, that is what the way it is. That's why most of the people that fight in the war, they hear us, and other people may criticize us and say we're making too much levity out of it, but we're really not, because the soldiers that listen, that actually are in the pit, they actually find it enjoyable because they understand that humor.
Yeah, they do. And on top of that, it's not just only the guys in Ukraine. There's a lot of guys who are in the U.S. military who watch our show. And when we were involved in the 12-Day War in Iran, we actually had a lot of people watching our show that were there. I personally knew one of them. Like, I actually know him as a friend and talked to him. And he was telling me, like, and this is what lets us kind of know these days, to hell with critics, because the critics don't know what the hell they're talking about. I talked to this dude after he came back. I can't really say what he was doing or anything, but I talked to him, and he said that everybody in his squadron, he was in the Air Force, they would watch on the iPad our show as everything was going on live, and we would actually tell them when the missiles were being launched from Iran about 10 to 15 minutes before the air raid sirens went off at their base. So they would already be making it to the shelters and bunkers about 10 or 8 minutes before the missiles even made it over their facility and the siren sounded. Like, they were watching the show to know what was going on at all, because we were the most up-to-date source in the world at the time. And then in Ukraine, with how it goes every day on a day-to-day there, not only that, we are generally a source of comedy for the Ukrainian armed forces that are actually in that and fighting and dying every day to keep that country a standing nation and to see the Ukrainian flag fly over the fields for one more day. And that's what lets us know that the critics really, at the beginning of time and still, don't really have any real credence to what they say, because it's like, we actually are showing news to the people who are over there fighting and dying. I don't really give a damn what someone thinks who's sitting around wanting to act like they're on a moral high horse as a virtue signaler in America, because they have no impact on any of this, and they're just some voice in the crowd, really, when it comes to that sort of a deal. But with that, a huge thanks to you for the support, Marion Damer, because we always try and make sure to balance the humor quite heavily into what we do, and it is always good to have a belly laugh, because it gets the tension out of everything and makes it more tolerable to get through another day, no matter what it is. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
You know what's also wild as well from watching that documentary, something else I realized I really had never thought about, is shell shock is still a thing. Like, there was actually a guy in that documentary that was actually in shell shock, like just couldn't function, like had totally shut down because his mind just simply could not handle what was happening around him, like all the artillery going off, the gunfire from the machine guns, all the stuff exploding. It was just too much, and the guy went into shell shock. And you hear about that from the world wars, and you're like, that's horrible. And it's still here, like it's still a thing. And I think that's part of the reason why they go into dark humor, because if you don't accept your environment and you don't cope and adapt to it, then you'll naturally, you're not going to be able to take it. You're going to go into shell shock. You're going to shut down. Your brain's just simply going to say, that's enough. I just got to be quiet. I just got to go into like internal thinking mode or something and shell shock, because I just can't tolerate what's going on here. So that's something else. Also, someone said shell shock is a TBI, traumatic brain injury.
Not necessarily.
Is it? Yeah, I didn't think it was. I thought it was a psychological response. It could be a TBI, but I think it's also psychological.
It kind of depends. Some shell shocks can be traumatic brain injuries. That was actually what was kind of believed as a possible theory in the First World War, when they were still generally trying to figure out what we call PTSD is, which is simplified into shell shock. They believed that it may have actually been that it was causing some sort of vibrations in the brain that were causing damage, and as a result of that, people were starting to act erratically. Sometimes it can be traumatic brain injuries. Other times, shell shock can truly be solely psychological, because because nobody knows, and I'm saying this having never been under it and just hearing this from others who have been under it, but nobody really understands the kind of physical and mental stress that someone is under in a direct artillery barrage on the receiving end. The kind of physical and mental stress that puts a person under usually is enough to psychologically alone break a person, especially people who are psychologically a little bit weaker in that regard, and that's not to say, survival of the fittest, but that is to say that they can't really handle it as well as others. It can snap them, like not physically, just mentally. That can snap people, and once
Yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Like you're thinking about number one, what do I need to do to listen to the commander to follow orders properly? I need to make sure I'm actually listening and following the orders I'm being given. Number two, you're thinking about, damn, am I about to get killed out here? Like there's bullets whizzing past me. I might be about to die. You're also trying to comprehend that too. Then in the midst of thinking and dwelling on all of that, you're also hearing explosions happening everywhere around you. You're hearing machine gun fire buzzing over your head. And then also at the same time, you're probably seeing horrific sights on the ground as well from, fallen enemies and comrades, etc. I mean, that's a lot to process at once. I mean, that's a lot. That could definitely do some damage.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, someone said don't tell Patton that. Patton is a bastard. I don't know why in the world he's lauded in the modern day as a good general. I think that Patton was an absolute bastard, and not only that, I don't really think he was that good of a general, to be entirely honest either. That's why he got sidelined so much, because it's one thing to be strategically effective as a general, but it's another thing to be effective as a leader, as a rounded individual. And Eisenhower was a great general, and so was Omar Bradley, who was one of Patton's general counterparts at the time. And I would say that Omar Bradley is far more a general to be admired than Patton, because Bradley was a true leader through and through in the full rounded sense. Patton was only a strategic genius, but he was also a narcissist and a bastard. Omar Bradley was a true strategic genius as well, and he was rounded as an actual competent leader who could actually inspire the men instead of acting like beating someone would actually get him to do something. And on top of that, another thing that a lot of people don't know is that by Patton's own admission, he actually killed a U.S. Infantryman in the First World War by beating him to death with a trench shovel. That's not a leader that I look up to in my books, is killing someone on the spot because they refused your orders because you're not even their commanding officer. So I don't look at Patton at all as a respectable general. I would look at Omar Bradley and other competent generals from the Second World War as the true heroes of the Second World War. Patton was more so a freak, and that's also why he got sidelined to run the Shadow Army and other groups in the Second World War that were more so a distraction than anything that actually mattered in the real sense of people's lives were at stake. So I would have also someone said PTSD. Patton didn't have PTSD. At least at that time. Patton really didn't have any PTSD at all. He actually relished in war and just generally the violence of it. And so he's one of the people who you would say don't really have fear when remembering war, more so nostalgia, because he would always talk about
like a sociopath.
He was absolutely, like, everything he did, he was a sociopath. Like when like a lot of people just don't know this, but Patton's experience just wasn't in World War II. He was also in the First World War from 1917 to 1918, and he was also involved in the U.S. raids into Mexico against Pancho Villa. And he was psychotic, basically. Sociopath or psychotic, either way you want to put it. Not someone that I would say I look up to and admire at all. Because think about it, if you were one of those soldiers who was suffering from shell shock, and also on top of that, folks, one of the soldiers that he beat up in Italy wasn't even shell shocked. That guy actually had taken an injury. Like, I think he had actually been shot or something along those lines. And Patton just thought that where he was shot, I think it was like the armpit or the foot, he just thought that was something that he self-inflicted on himself to get out of the fight. Didn't have any reason to believe that or anything. And so he just started beating the guy while he was actually physically wounded because he said he was a coward. Now, if you were one of those people, like some people might go, yeah, that's what you need. But if you were one of those guys getting beat by Patton and there was nothing you could do, you couldn't even strike back to defend yourself because that would be insubordination and also an assault on a commanding officer, which would be a pretty serious sort of an offense under the UCMJ. Would you like to be one of those people? I'd say no. I wouldn't like to be one of them. I like to be a guy under Bradley, because at least under Bradley, you know that you were treated like an actual citizen instead of an animal. That's what I'd have to say. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. That's honestly kind of a bit of a hot take to some people, but I have a very strong opinion about Patton, and I'm not a fan of him at all. And I think that the kind of reverence that he gets in the modern day pushes forward that sort of sociopathic acting and thinking that isn't compassionate, it isn't reasonable, it isn't human. It's completely inhuman. It treats people below him like they're nothing, like they're people to be disposed of and thrown away. And that's not how an American commander or any American official, whether they're publicly elected in a public office or in the military, should ever treat anyone below them. They should always treat them as equal citizens. And the only position that they have is the superior authority in decision making, but that's it. Nothing else beyond that. That's generally how it should be, at least in my opinion. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support. Help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Blackhawks fan, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, good sir. That is Doug, by the way. Thank you very much, Doug, for that $50 support. He said, formerly Doug. And that is Doug. He said, happy holidays and LSA. And please take one from the chat or replay the Acme Drone Launcher 5000 video, LOL.
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And you know what? Doug, we're going to show it again. We're going to show that again because that was one hell of a clip right there. Let's take a little look.
Oh my god. That's crazy. You even made it out from that, really, if you look at it a second time. That thing literally blasted right under the window.
Man.
I'm not even sure if that was a malfunction, to be honest with you. I think that was an operator error. It seems like he wasn't really pushing up on the stick.
Maybe. Let's see. No, actually,
The
no.
wrong way. No, he was pushing the wrong way, man. Look, the little rudder at the back went up. It should have gone the opposite direction, shouldn't it?
No. If it goes up, it should pull up after it launches. That's what it should be doing. Let me see here. Let me show how. Let's see how an aircraft elevator works because I want to make sure that I back this up to prove. So. And this is a this is so insanely small, it's actually impossible to see. Let me see if I can get a bigger one. Well, damn. I mean, like, are they going to have a big infographic of this? Because it's showing exactly what I'm saying, but they have such small... I'm just going to go to the small one. So, this one right here, see, the position of it was upwards. That should pull the aircraft up. So, the position of that elevator is upwards. So, the drone should be pulling up after it launches. And instead... I guess the CO2 that's launching this was so powerful that it practically just went into overspeed instantly, and then it just went into, I don't know what they call it, it's like a vortex or a vortices, where the plane just gets thrown out of control straight into the ground, and that's basically what happened here. I think that's what
pause the thing right there, right as the thing was about to start nosediving.
Yeah, see, it's still up. It's still going upward, so it should be pulling up.
Okay, so it must be the theory in the chat. It must be right. People are saying that mine is simply too heavy. It doesn't matter if they were pushing up, down, whatever. It's simply going to go straight toward the ground because of the weight.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a TM62 anti-tank mine. Yeah, front heavy. Like, that's definitely front heavy. Oh, my God. Man. Yeah, I think that's it. That's exactly why that happened, I think. So apparently it wasn't the CO2 just pushing out at overspeed either. Apparently it's just front heavy, I guess.
I guess so, probably so.
Man, but on that note, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, Doug, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But I also saw some people saying, just to return back really quickly to the whole Patton thing, some people were like, well, maybe he had the mindset needed for the time. Nah, he didn't. Because look at all the other generals that we had in the Second World War. I mean, Patton wasn't running the whole of the European theater under Eisenhower. There were a couple of dozen other U.S. generals that we had. Some of them most people haven't even heard of. And yet they were generally commanding most of the active fronts. Patton was put on sidelines most of the time, and they were the ones who generally won the war. Like, Patton wasn't there on D-Day. He wasn't there during the Battle of the Bulge, if I remember correctly. He wasn't really around for most of the important battles of the Second World War, at least in Europe. Other generals were, and they were the ones who would generally see it through to victory. So, you know, if you put it that way, Patton wasn't really the kind of guy that was needed at the time. It was really Bradley's and other generals like that who were really needed at the time, because they were able to actually inspire the men and get them to do amazing feats. And also, that's not even considering all of the commandant, the Marines generals, and not only that, all of the soldiers of the army that fought in the Pacific that also weren't under Patton, that did insanely impressive work, pretty much conducted miracles on the island hopping campaigns over there. I would just and also on top of that, Patton was also a nut because he had this belief that, like, in S Tactic just brought this up in the chat, or Static just brought this up in the chat. Patton had this insane idea that he was actually a Roman general reincarnated. And so when he was in Italy, he would drive around in Sicily, and they showed this in the Patton movie. Like, this was inspiring. This is the amalgamations of a lunatic, in my opinion. He would drive up to old Roman ruins and be like, look, there was a battle right here. And it's like, that legitimately happened, by the way. They didn't even exaggerate that in the movie. He would do that. It's like, what kind of...
It says right here. It says right here on Wikipedia. It says, let's see, he's descended from England's King Edward I. The family belief held the Pattons were descended from 16 barons who signed the Magna Carta. And Patton believed in reincarnation, stating that he had fought in previous battles and wars before his time. Additionally, his ancestry was very important to him, forming a central part of his family.
But also on top of that, man, it's like everyone has ancestry to some king or something somewhere. I mean, the statistical chances of it is just insanely high. I mean, hell, we're like, if y'all don't know, Matthew and me are the descendant of a king directly. That's where our family name comes from. But it's like, at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, yes, I'm like a king. I should be treated like a king, like royalty. I'm just some guy. I'm a citizen of the United States like everyone else. Nothing different, nothing special, just some dude. And this guy had these delusions of grandeur. I mean, this guy was truly a lunatic. This guy was mentally unwell. That's why after North Africa and Italy, and also after he ended up beating up those soldiers in Italy, that's why for the rest of the war, he was basically unimportant for the most part. Wasn't really there for most of anything. Because they were like, this guy's crazy. We ought to just sideline him, really. So, you know.
Also, it says he was Welsh and his father was a lawyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no. We can't be affiliated. We can't be affiliated with that. Oh, no. Hopefully insanity doesn't run in Welsh blood, because we got a lot of it. So, also, like, I just don't know. Some people are trying to defend the whole Patton argument in the chat that he was a good general. I just can never look at a guy like that as a good leader. Like, there's so many others, like Schwarzkopf, which hardly anyone talks about from the Gulf War. He was by far way better, millions of leagues better than Patton ever could have been. I mean, hell, Patton wouldn't have been able to do what Schwarzkopf did in the Gulf War at all. I mean, Schwarzkopf was a legend, like a living legend in our time, actually. The Patton, he was crazy. So that's all I got to say about him. You know, I just don't have a good opinion of Patton at all. Pretty much every other U.S. general from the war, great opinions about him. Him, not so much. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here goes to Bugugli Silversmith, and thank you very much for that $50 support, by the way, and also being another longtime channel legend, and thank you very much, good sir. He said, hope you both have a crown burger on me.
And thank you so much for the massive support, and we will have a crown burger on you. We haven't gone to Crown Burger yet, but I will eventually go to a Crown Burger and get a little shot at it, a little taste of the Crown Burger. Hopefully it's good, actually, because we still haven't gotten to that. But a massive thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to make it reality, and we most importantly wouldn't be able to eventually have a Crown Burger. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to Hal Rose, another channel legend, by the way, puts in a $33 support. And thank you very much, Hal, for the support. He said, I remember that on day 2 of the invasion, the head of the Ukrainian drone club went to Kyiv to offer the club's expertise in aerial recon, and they were avid photographers already, and the rest was Slava Ukraine.
And a huge thanks to you for the support. And that's actually interesting. I don't remember hearing about that at the beginning of the war. I think they kind of blended in with everything else that was going on at the time. But I got to say, humongous thanks to you for the support and sharing that, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, oh man, I see so many people. Like, I got to return to this because, like, I got to add another thing because I just remembered it. Patton is responsible for one of the worst war crimes that ever happened in U.S. history, which was the Boscari massacre, which was basically our version of the Malmedy massacre, and it happened in Italy. But he got, I believe it was the 3rd Division, so hyped up when they went into Italy, through his speech of just saying, kill everything in front of you, even if they surrender, kill them anyways, that they went in there and they ended up capturing, I think it was something like 70 Germans and Italians, surrendered. And this U.S. unit took them off because they had been so hyped up from Patton. They took them off to a corner and they killed all of them, every single one of them, in Boscari in Italy. It's known as the Boscari massacre. It's a stain on the reputation of the army, and it generally was said that Patton and his speech, and generally basically his standing orders to just kill everyone in sight, even if they're giving up, even if they're disarmed, just kill them anyways, was basically what led to that. And before someone says, well, I mean, you know, it was kind of okay and justified, let me put it in a different perspective. When the Germans did the same thing to us up in Malmedy during the Battle of the Bulge and killed 90 U.S. Soldiers outright after they surrendered, just like that, Eisenhower gave the orders from the top down. From then on, we were never going to capture SS, and they were going to be executed on sight if they were ever caught, because the SS was the one who conducted the Malmedy massacre. So with what Patton had our troops do in Italy, it was basically what the SS did to our guys up in Malmedy. So if the Germans were operating off of that same metric, which they generally were, they would have said that anyone who was involved in that particular division should be shot on sight if they try and surrender in the future. And that kind of a leader, that's too much of a loose cannon right there to have on a battlefield. He's too dangerous to have around. He's pretty much encouraging war crimes at that point. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Steve Blanchard. And thank you very much, Steve, as well, for that $20 support. He said, how will the Russian collapse affect U.S. financial markets? Honestly, Steve, it really won't impact us very much at all because we don't trade very much with Russia. Also, the sanctions are in place. Obviously, the oil is not being sold, or at least it shouldn't be being sold from Russia. So, and also the Russian banks are generally on their own island over there in Russia. So generally, it won't affect us very much. It may cause some temporary short-term fear that maybe causes people to panic a little bit, but it won't have a real tangible effect, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it won't really have an effect at all. One bit. The Russian Federation economically has absolutely no connections to the United States or Europe, really, as far as trade is concerned. So their collapse financially, also considering that because we have no trade with them, there's really no financial connections whatsoever. Their collapse will have absolutely no impact on the United States or Europe. It will have an impact, however, on the Chinese to a slight degree. It won't be major, though. Generally, Russia is basically a self-contained bubble. If they collapse, the effects are going to be very minimal to most other people. So with that, I hope that has addressed that well. And also, people are saying Patton didn't serve in Italy. He was in Sicily. That is a historical fact. That's where he beat up the 2 shell-shocked soldiers in the field hospital, and that's when he got removed from his command in Italy, sidelined, and then put in charge of the Shadow Army in Britain to prepare for the D-Day landings. So with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to Britton M. And thank you very much, Britton, for that $20 support. And they said, hi, Enforcers, and welcome to Salt Lake City. And thank you. They said, thank you for all the streams while I get that shamone. And did y'all ever shop at Kroger in Alabama? And the Smith's grocery stores around town is part of Kroger. And you can use your Kroger reward card from Alabama at Smith's. And honestly, Britton, I never did shop at Kroger. I don't think we had like legitimate like Kroger stores. If we did, I didn't know about them. We did have Kroger delivery, but I never used that either. I usually just went to like Costco or Walmart or something, to be honest. Yeah, that's usually where I went. So never got to go to Kroger's, but I haven't been to Smith's around here either. I've been into Harmon's, but not Smith's. But Enforcer, what say you?
So interesting enough, we actually didn't have a Kroger's anywhere where we lived, at least. There were Kroger's in Auburn, Decatur, Hartselle, Huntsville, Lanett, Madison, and Opelika. So generally, kind of all clumped around the Auburn area over here or up in Huntsville. But they didn't have any in Birmingham, funnily enough. So we never actually got to shop in a Kroger. I always heard about Kroger's, and I was always like, that sounds interesting. I wonder what the Kroger's are about. But we never went to one personally. But now that they're out and about here, we will have to take a look. We have been into Harmon's. We have been into the Costco's around here, of course. Got to have that $5 Costco chicken. And we have been in I think maybe one or two other grocery stores around here, but they have quite a wide variety. Like they have Wenco, and then they have Harmon's, and then they have Kroger's, or at least that offshoot of Kroger. And then I think they have Aldi's around here. I think I've seen one or two of those at some point. So they have quite a wide variety of stores around here. Honestly, it's really kind of shocking to see that, because in Alabama, it basically came down to just one of two options: Publix or Walmart. And that was it. Oh, well, actually, no, more so. Publix and Walmart were pretty much always guaranteed to be everywhere. But if you were in a really big city, then you also got the additional option of the Sam's Club and then Costco. And then that was basically your four options. There was nothing else. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, a big thanks for the welcome to Salt Lake City. We've been loving it out here so far. And I got to say that it's been an absolute blast to be out here for a month. Really good move, really good spot to be in, honestly. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Richard Ager, and he puts in a massive $100 support.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Richard, for that massive support as well. And we do appreciate that. It's that big support right there that definitely helps to keep the channel running. And Richard said, I love the work as always. And a question from the audience.
And thank you so much, Richard Ager, for the support. And thank you so much for loving our work and throwing in some unbelievably massive support. Folks like you help to make this channel possible and help us to keep it running. And I got to say that if it wasn't for folks like you who were massive supporters of the channel, and all the supporters in between, from $1 to hundreds of dollars, we just wouldn't be able to have this channel as a reality every day, either us or the whole audience. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we will get one from the live chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question is going to go to Black Hole, who said, what do you think Russia's new flag will look like when they collapse again? I think it's going to have a lot of yellow and blue in it.
Oh, damn. Like, I just put that together. I was like, oh, like, man.
That was a deep one.
Man, I was like, oh, dang. But honestly, if they collapse and reform, it probably will be the same flag they have right now. Because that is basically the historic flag of Russia, is this one. Or it's the, well, they're not going to be imperialists if they reform, because the Russian Empire had a different flag than the one we currently see. Well, actually, the Tsar standard was different. And I'm trying to see if I can find that for y'all really quickly. Oh, it's this one right here. They had this one for a little bit, but this was basically the Tsar's flag and really no one else's. So this wasn't really seen that commonly. Basically, the white, blue, and red one that you see right here with the Tsar's emblem on it, or without the Tsar's emblem, is basically Russia's historic flag and the only one that they've ever had as a nation. So if they collapse and reform, probably will still be the same Russian flag, most likely. But a big thanks to you so much. Or actually, it may be the Freedom of Russia's flag, which is a white stripe with a blue stripe and then a white stripe at the bottom. That might also be the possibility as well, but I have a feeling they'll mostly just keep the traditional Russian flag. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and sponsoring our live chat, Richard, so that way we can get to a very interesting question, like what Russia's flag would look like if they collapsed. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Glock, who's there, LSA, once again. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He puts in a 20 this time. He said, did Russia send Venezuela a tactical nuke to shoot at us if we attack? And is that what the Russian envoys meant?
Oh, no.
That's an interesting question right there, though, because I doubt it personally. I really doubt it, because if they did that, that would be obviously probably all over the news. To be perfectly honest, if they had done that, somebody would leak that most likely. But at the same time, though, would Russia actually do that as the ultimate checkmate? I don't know. I mean, they had nukes or missiles down in the area before. So is it totally out of the picture? Probably not, but I'd say unlikely. But what do you think, Enforce? You think it's likely or not?
I would generally say that it's unlikely. I would highly doubt it, because if they provided one and Venezuela tried to hit us with that, it's going to be somewhat short range, or it'll be shot down if it's tactical sized. Very easy to shoot down because it won't be on an ICBM or an IRBM, so well within interception abilities. So then once they fire that, and then it has radioactive debris in it, one, now the U.S. And practically the whole world has the rights to sanction Russia into oblivion to where they'll never escape sanctions because they violated the Non-Proliferation Treaty up front. And then secondly, that also gives the United States a justification to nuke Venezuela into oblivion because of a nuclear attack that was conducted. So I would generally say I'd highly doubt it because one, Venezuela would understand everyone's dying at that point in Venezuela. That no one's going to live, civilian or military. They've practically opened up Pandora's box at that point. And then also Russia would never escape the unending sanctions from most of the world at that point if they tried to do such an action. How I don't really think anyone could even try and back them in an action like that, to be honest. Not even the Chinese could, because it would be such a bad precedent to lay out, especially if the Chinese went, oh, we're kind of fine with that, because then we could give Taiwan a nuke, or Japan, or anyone else for that matter, and then that's opening up Pandora's box for them, so they have a vested reason to even condemn that as well if the Russians try to do that. So I would highly doubt that, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree.
But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does answer the question well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Amex10 Speedy Bang Bang, who also puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, Mr. Bang Bang, for that support. He said, debate me. Debate me, he said. And also, by the way, sorry for the misspeak there, but he said, debate me. A preemptive strike by NATO on Russian military targets is absolutely a defensive action because we won't allow Russia to set up attacks against NATO without intervention in the Russian preparation of each attack.
I would say that is an interesting point, and that's probably where the Admiral was coming from when he talked about that. But my counter to that is that a preemptive action, by definition, is a offensive action that is not in self-defense. Like if you were here in America, and this is how the law works on self-defense. If you were in America and someone says, man, screw you, you asshole, and then he walks off to his car, and then you're like, oh, man, I think he's going back to his car to get a gun. Let me whip mine out. And then you go over there and you grease the guy. They're going to look at that as you just committed murder. That wasn't even self-defense at that point because you don't even know if the guy was armed or not, or if he was coming back on you to aggress on you. At that point, from what's being shown to the public and what would be shown to a jury, you whipped out a gun out of your car and went over and aggressed on that guy and preemptively, quote unquote, shot him because you thought he was going to come back and shoot you. And nobody would ever look at that as a self-defense scenario by the law in the United States domestically. And as far as foreign policy and diplomacy would work, I don't really think anyone could ever look at that as a defensive scenario if we did that to the Russians because they're building up troops on the border. So clearly they're about to invade us. And it may be a war game because that also can happen. That's why war games are the excuse used to build up a force to be able to invade another country because usually they're done right on someone's border. Like when we do our war games with South Korea near the DMZ, we are practically on the DMZ when we're conducting those military exercises. North Korea could say and use that as a justification. Oh, it actually looks like the U.S. is going to invade, so we're just going to preempt that and invade South Korea and nuke Japan. They could also do that as well. And then, that wouldn't really look too well because it's like, well, clearly it was a military exercise, not an invasion, and the Russians might be doing something similar. So the only thing we could do as NATO, considering that we're a defensive alliance, is that if the Russians build up forces near the border, we match that. So however many forces they have near the border, we move that many near the border as well, ready to meet them if they try and march to the other side. But preemptively striking them, that is in itself an offensive action, and I don't really see of any other way to try and paint that as a defensive action, considering that we are going out of our way to conduct an armed strike on a country that hasn't attacked us yet. That's at least how I look at it. So, Matthew, what would you say?
I would say I would agree 100%. That's what I was saying yesterday as well when we were talking about the Giuseppe's comments out of Italy. I was saying basically preemptive by definition is offensive. If you preempt something that somebody else is going to do, that means you're going on the offense. So it can't be really defensive. I understand where people are coming from by saying that, but it's really just more of a word game, really. If the NATO alliance wants to do a preemptive strike, at least call it for what it is and say it's defensive. Honestly, though, I mean, if we have intelligence that Russia is definitely going to attack Europe, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to offensive action personally, but we have to have some pretty damn solid evidence, though, that they're about to do something, because that is going to start World War III. The moment that we start exchanging fire with Russia directly, that's going to be it. Like we're knee deep at that point. There's no turning back. So it would have to be some really good intelligence. Otherwise, I say 100% stick to NATO's doctrine, which is totally defensive.
Yeah, I would have to say that that's generally what we should do. And also, I would say that the best thing we should do is if the Russians are building up forces on our border in NATO, and it clearly looks like they're about to attack, I would never be in support of offensive action against the Russians. Let them fire the first shot, because there is no way in hell that any stupid people here in the West, the small groups of them that would be there, or anyone else in the world for that matter, could go, oh, look at the West. They just, proved Russia right. NATO was an offensive group aiming to destroy them the whole time. At that point, they fired the first shot at us. We are actually fighting a defensive war truly at that point. There's no, workarounds or, we're trying to bend it to make it kind of sound like it works. No, it was straight up. We saw the Russians building up forces on our border. We built up ours directly alongside that. They shot at us and started invading the Baltics, and game was on. And we will win it anyways, but it's a lot better for us to play it defensively, because on top of that, we do not want to force ourselves into a war with the Russians, like where we go out of our way to start it, because once we start that, it is most likely going to turn into a limited nuclear exchange. And we want to try and avoid that as much as we can. So we want to go all the way to the point of starting a war with Russia without starting it. Now, if it starts, we'll finish it. No matter how far it goes, we will finish it. But we also don't want to go out of our way to try and provoke it and start it when it may not even start at all, because we may actually scare the Russians so badly, just matching them par for par on the border and making it clear they're about to walk right into a meat grinder if they cross that border. They might get scared enough, they might actually go to the negotiating table and make significant concessions and meet us right at the middle like they should, which is what a compromise really is. And then we can completely avoid the war altogether. Or,
I doubt that. I doubt that personally, because I think what the problem here is going to be is Putin is not going to come to the negotiating table. Basically, if I was in charge right now and somebody asked me, well, what are you waiting for? Because if you truly think, Enforcer Matt, that Putin is going to attack Europe, and you're confident about that, because that's what I truly believe. I think he will attack Europe eventually. It's just a matter of time. Then why would you not be in support of preemptive strikes? I would say because there's always a chance that Putin might pass away before they're able to pull that off. He might pass away. He might be ousted by his own people. You never know. One of his own people might get tired of him that's around his inner circle. And if that happens, that might change the equation entirely. The war might end within months if that happens. There might be a person that comes in that decides they're going to end the war now that Putin's gone, and they won't drag it on. So that's what I'll be waiting for, is something like that to happen. Hold out until the very last second before we start World War III, because I do believe that Putin is going to attack. But there's a chance that he might not be there much longer. You don't want to jump the gun and then start World War III when he might not have been around for much longer.
I would have to say that is a good point. That's a good thing to wait for as well, and not go into preemptive strikes outright. Either way, I think we get to the same result, you and me. It's just different steps to get there. But I also saw Duck Elf say, and this is something I'm just going to be straight and level with people and be a lot more brutally honest here. Duck Elf said, one thing I disagree is that you have to care too much about what hardly democratic or even authoritarian countries think about you. I'm going to be honest. It's not really about that. It's about what stupid people in the United States are going to say. That's really more so why I'm saying that you have to build, we have to do it in a very certain way that I'm explaining, to where we don't conduct preemptive strikes, because there are people like Tucker Carlson and others in this country that are trusted voices that are generally contrarians just for the fact of being contrarians, and try and paint the United States in a negative light no matter what. I think it was just recently he came out with some documentary about the truth of 9/11, which pretty much leans, I think, like straight into 9/11 conspiracies, if I understand the premise correctly from what I saw on a trailer. So you got to remember that there's people like that out there, and considering that there's free speech in this country and it's not going anywhere, especially if I was in charge of the country, that people are allowed to do that sort of stuff freely and mislead people. So if you sit there and you strike the Russians first, people like him are going to start turning half of the U.S. public against an actual defensive action, in a sense, even if it was preemptive, because they're going to sit there and go, why did they kill Russia? Is it because they're not with the New World Order? Is it because they're not at Epstein's Island? And all that stuff. And then it becomes that whole deal. And then you got half of America acting like the very war for our own survival and defense is wrong, and the Russians are actually justified in killing everyone, including those people that are saying that. And then you go into that territory. So it's better to try and follow the game more so. and play it through in a very strategic way. Because if you play it strategically, people like him can't even make an argument to go, where are they fighting the New World Order? Because it's like they literally attacked our guys. It's like at that point he would be conducting a career death by saying that the Russians had a right to fire at and kill American soldiers in the Baltic states. So that's actually generally why I'm saying that. It's not really for the foreign countries. It's more so for what the domestic audience is going to say, because everyone has to be on board. If we get attacked, we're attacked. There's no room for questionability there. Everyone's going to be on the same page. They shot at our guys, they killed our men, and we're going in for blood at that point. All gloves are off. But I hope that does address it the best I can. And a humongous thanks to you once again for the support, AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang. I hope we were able to address that well. And I'd have to say, great question, by the way, AMX10. I thought that was a really good one, and one that we could explore quite well. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And also, folks, I'm going to be speeding up our answers just a little bit here, because we actually do have, I think it's something like 32 super chats left. So I'm wanting to make sure that we can get to all of them and also get to some live chats. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bobby, once again, LC39A, and he throws in another extremely generous $100 support. The second one of the night, by the way. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that second support. He said, if Russia falls, their new flag will be black and blue, LOL.
Oh man, that's actually a pretty good one. Can you imagine if they fall and they're bruised, so they're black and blue?
That's
a good one. That was a good one.
I thought it was like that Blue Lives Matter flag or something like that for a minute. I was like, it's gonna be like the police flag. I was like, what? They turned to a police state. I was reading too deep into it.
Oh man, that was actually a pretty good one. I like that. Bobby's getting in here with the dad jokes tonight. I really do enjoy that. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Old Trucker 379, and he puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Old Trucker, for helping to keep the channel running as well. And we do appreciate that support. And we also had a 20 from Cody J. Wills, who also put in a 20 without a comment, though. But thank you very much to the both of you, Cody and Old Trucker. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to y'all so much once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running day to day. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Peter Burrow, and Peter put in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said, hello, Enforcers, a little for coffee. And thank you for that, by the way. Got to have the coffee fine. He said, it's always amazing and how long your show has been going on, and I've loved every bit of it. And live chat question, please.
And honestly, it is crazy because I don't think Matthew and me realize it, but it's kind of unbelievable that we still have a huge amount of momentum and we're actually still growing 4 years in, considering that statistically from everything that's been researched out there, most YouTube channels never get this big, and also most of them never live past 3 years. They kind of all have their limelight and die off within 3 years or so. So really kind of a crazy thing. And I got to thank you so much for enjoying the channel for as long as we've been on air, the unbelievably long time that we've been on air, and we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to, yes, sir, it is Peter who puts in a live chat. He said, maybe Putin sells parts of Eastern Russia to China, maybe. Just a thought.
It's possible, but I would consider it to be generally unlikely. The Russians would probably want to keep that territory because it also gives them port access in the east, which is something they would lose if they sold that to China. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Timothy Bunnell. And thank you very much, Timothy, as well, for that $20 support. He said, what's your thoughts on if Russia does completely disable that regions, will break off like Siberia and that? And how far would that put the region into chaos if they're allowed to fail?
I generally don't think any of the Siberian regions are going to break away from Russia. Most of them are generally considering themselves to be ethnically Russian or Russians in general, whether they're ethnically Russian or not. So I have a feeling they probably wouldn't break away, because if they ever wanted to, that probably would have happened in the early 90s, or that would have happened during the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which neither did happen and neither has happened since. If anything, the Caucasus Mountain regions might try and break away, but even still, that's a little bit iffy in the modern day and age. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Justin Winch. And thank you very much, Justin, for that $20 support. And he said, war is nasty, and I pray no one has to see it in real life. And I hope we don't see it either, Justin Winch. I hope we don't see it in Europe. Unfortunately, it has broken out in Ukraine. Hopefully, it doesn't expand beyond Ukraine. That's the goal, is not to let it expand. And hopefully, the U.S. never sees it. And I hope we're not getting into a really, really bad situation. I have a sort of a bad feeling in my gut that we might be getting into it anyway. But if it happens, it happens. You got to adapt and just sort of go with it. But I hope we don't see it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say war is a nasty business. It's a necessary business, but a nasty one at that. And I would hope that through our actions, that should be wisely made and well thought out. That even if we have to enter into a war, we enter into the war with a mindset that because of our proactiveness, less lives will be lost than the ones that could be lost in the future if we do not act. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Bogoogly Silversmith once again. He said, nagging question in my mind. If and when Iran gains at least one ICBM, do they hit Israel, the U.S., or do an open test?
Generally with Israel, they're most likely going to use a short-range ballistic missile or an intermediate-range ballistic missile, which they already have those. They may use the Fada-1 or the Fada-2 hypersonic missiles that they have, because funnily enough, those actually did make it through Israeli air defense every time they were used. So they could put a nuclear warhead on that. They wouldn't need an ICBM to hit Israel. The ICBM is to hit us. So if they ever develop an ICBM, it's to kill us here in the United States. It's not for the Israelis. It's not for anyone else. There is no ambiguity as to what they would make an ICBM and nuclear arm it for. It is to attack and kill citizens of the United States here within the lower 48. And that's why I'm always telling folks, this isn't something that's an Israeli issue. This is an American issue because they're putting American lives in danger through their missile and nuclear development programs, which are being conducted side by side with that end goal in mind. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 15 from Julian and Kate. And thank you very much, Julian and Kate, for that $15 support, excuse me. And they said, I know it's not much, but it goes toward the Christmas pudding. I've been a bit broke, LOL. Divorce does this. Also, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that as well. But I do thank you for the Christmas pudding. That's incredibly nice of you. And actually, come to think of it, I don't really know if we ever had a Christmas pudding before. Have we?
Christmas pudding. I'll be honest, I don't do pudding like in like any time, really. I'm not a pudding person. I just don't like it.
But the Christmas pudding is different. I just totally misspelled that. Let me autocorrect that here really quickly. Christmas pudding. This is it.
That's a pudding. That's one of those like lava cakes they sell like every restaurant. They get through those distributors or something like that. That chocolate hot lava cake. Yeah. Literally every restaurant has the same identical one.
Yeah, but this is.
They got that one flaming. They got that one. That one's on fire right there in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's like covered in brandy or something like that, and then they set it alight. But
it's like baked Alaska.
Kind of, yeah. It's not really like a pudding like the ones you get in the pudding cups from like the store. This is more so like a traditional pudding, like the Yorkshire puddings and stuff that are more so a pastry than anything. That's basically what this is. I haven't ever had one of these myself personally, but I would be quite interested in trying one. And I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to eventually, hopefully, try one of these things. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Honestly, like if you ever, I don't know what the Russians think about baked Alaska. The dish. I don't know how they feel about that.
Man, if they ever tried to find out, we probably turn them into baked Russians. Like, honestly, man. Like,
baked Russians. Man, I'll tell you what, it's healthier than fried.
Man, I actually typed in baked Russians, man. Like, and it actually pulled up a dish. There's an actual dish called a Russian piroshki, which is apparently baked Russian. That's basically kind of what they look like on the battlefield anyway, so I guess that's accurate.
Eat hand pie.
Man. I mean, that's
Let's see, what's baked Alaska, though? Baked Alaska.
Alaska. Oh, man, look at that.
Oh, that does look good, though. I've only had this one time. I was too young to remember it. It was on the Carnival Cruise, which was, I can't recommend that, by the way. I cannot recommend it. But they did have the food, which was kind of interesting, and they had this. I don't remember how it tastes, though, but I would love to have that, though. It looks fantastic.
It does. It looks so good. Man, honestly, man, I wonder if there's a place around here that sells. Let me go pull this up on the side screen.
They gotta have it.
Alaska. It's Salt Lake. They gotta have everything.
Also, by the way, I know nobody asked, but I gotta tell you, I was talking about pastrami yesterday. I was talking about those pastrami sandwiches that were really expensive in New York. Well, I found a pastrami sandwich near me that's not expensive, so I had to try one. I tried it, and it was fantastic. It had sauerkraut on it, the pastrami on it, the nice bread. It did have Russian dressing on it. I wasn't too wild about that, but I was willing to overlook it though for the pastrami. But it was very good. Also, the place had Italian soda as well, which I tried out as well. I don't know what is in Italian soda, but it was very, very good. Whatever it was, it had like whipped cream on top of the soda. Soda is huge out here, by the way. Like everybody does their own thing with soda. They have an Italian soda. They have the LDL soda. I mean, they got all kinds of soda, but it's really good though. That brisket or whatever that was, pastrami. I'm trying to say it was really good.
There are restaurants, Matthew, by the way, at least 10 of them that have baked Alaska here in the city. So it is on the
Is it
menu.
expensive?
I don't know, really. I didn't get to see the prices. I just saw that there were restaurants that did sell it. Most of them in downtown. Like out of the 10 of them that it showed, like 5 of them were in downtown. But apparently it is something that we can try someday.
Interesting. Also, by the way, we'll see. Italian soda, soft drink made from carbonated water and flavored syrup. Well, that doesn't sound like regular soda. They just hand mix it apparently. But
That's just like a
let's
diner
see.
soda, honestly, from like a soda fountain or something.
They added cream to the drink. That's what made it different. Is it was like fluffy, like kind of like it had this creamy flavor. It was strawberry Italian soda. You gotta try it. Like it was actually pretty solid. And it was also not expensive either. It was something kind of cheap. But it was really good though. I liked it a lot.
Oh man, honestly, man, I'll have to give it a shot. Also, Andrew Honeycutt said, "You've been on a Carnival cruise? You're making more money than I thought." We were like very, very young kids. Our parents were the ones who brought us on that cruise, and it was on the beautiful and wonderful Carnival Holiday, which made the cruises
It was the cheapest one.
Yeah, it made the cruises really cheap because it was the last voyage that the Carnival Holiday took before it was retired from the Carnival fleet. Also, by the way, to give you all a little bit of an idea here about how old this thing was, this was the first ship in the world that was specifically designed for cruises. This was the first cruise ship by design on the planet, and we were on it.
Yeah, that's insane. I remember this thing was scary as hell to ride on it. At night, you could hear this thing creaking like it was going to crack apart. And it was not expensive, by the way. I was actually aware of what it cost. It was not expensive. Like even back in the monies for when it was like 2010 or something like that. It was the cheapest possible ticket that you could get going on a cruise pretty much anywhere in any cruise line. And it reflected it too. Honestly, it was not good. And it smelled like doo-doo. There was a deck called the Lido deck. We called it the doo-doo deck because it smelled like it smelled really, really bad. And you had to go through the Lido deck to get to the frozen yogurt thing. That was like the only thing on the ship that was worth doing was going to the frozen yogurt thing. So you had to battle through the smell to get to that thing. But it was worth it though. It was actually pretty solid. But you had to battle in and out to get to that area.
Man, so crazily enough, look at this, man. The Holiday resumed her normal route in the Western Caribbean, sailing from Mobile, Alabama, until November of 2009. We were on that last cruise in November of 2009, by the way.
I remember they were saying it was the last one. You remember they were saying that over the intercoms the whole time.
They were like, it's the oldest ship in the fleet, and this is the last time it's going to be here. And I'm like, and I was throwing up in the room, and it was terrible. And I was like, honestly, they could have retired this thing a little minute sooner, maybe. But here's what it looked like. Let me see. Here's what it looked like after they redid it. It was then doing cruises in Europe for a minute under Ibero Cruceros, which is another brand of Carnival in Europe. They then repainted it again under the CMV company and renamed the ship to the Magellan. Renaming ships, by the way, just to put this out there, is very bad luck in the maritime world, but they do it in the cruise industry a whole lot. And then we can see it right here in 2017. Now, this little bastard was finally broken up on the coast of India a while ago. Here we are. This is the best part of this article. On the 20th of July, it was traded under the name Cruise and Maritime Voyages with the declaration of converting it into a floating hotel. But actually, it was then resold for scrap. She was renamed Magus and sailed to along India for scrapping. And the scrapping was started on the 21st of June of 2021, and that thing has been ripped down to the ground and has ceased to exist. Thank God, it will no longer torture anyone. So, they will no longer be hurt by the horrific nature of this ship. Oh man, you know, I wonder if we can get a top-down view of this thing, man, where that little pool was. Um, There's a pool back there on that back deck right there, folks. It's like a 6 inches deep of water, and the ship was rocking so much that the water was completely gone from the pool, and it was like this little bit of it, and it just kind of sloshed around from left to right as the ship was rocking. And the ship rocked like hell. The stabilizers were shot on this thing by the time we got on it, so it literally would just roll like 20 degrees to port, 20 degrees to starboard, and just did that the whole damn time. It was terrible.
It was terrible, I'll admit it.
Man, I hate even thinking about it. And oh man, remember everyone go to your muster stations. Go to your muster station. You had to go to those stupid ass lifeboats, literally like the ones from the Titanic, open topped with no motors. Like it was like a
Yeah.
terrible thing. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Robert, as well. He said, "Good evening, LOC. Nice to see you all for the news."
Hey, and good evening to see you. And it is wonderful to be here for the news. It's always a great day for the news. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because folks like you make this thing a reality. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Tom D'Orazio. And thank you very much, Tom, for that $10 support as well. He said, "With Russians running low on cash, is this the end of the contract Niki? Is an unpopular mobilization inevitable?"
I think it's inevitable, yeah, because they really won't be able to afford to have anyone get a sign-on bonus anymore. And if they can't afford sign-on bonuses, they're probably just going to start conscripting people. So I would suppose it might be the end of the contract Niki and the beginning of the full-on era of the conscript Niki. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from David Griffin. And thank you very much, David, as well. He said, or it could be that Russia's doing the Hail Mary. Could be Putin launching nukes because a cornered animal lashes out.
Yeah, it's possible, but we always have to remember that if Russia has nukes, we also have nukes, and if they want to try and get us, we can get them the same. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Rye Guy SR. And thank you very much, Rye Guy. He said, maybe when Russia collapses, we can get the Soviet zombies. That would be pretty cool, but as long as we get GTA 6 first. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. He said, LLT, LSA, and take one from the live chat and keep up the great work.
Oh, GTA is a myth. Like, it's not real. It's never going to come out. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And maybe we will get Soviet zombies, or Russian Imperial zombies, or Russian zombies, or everything in between, maybe. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that has addressed that quite well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Justin Winch. And thank you very much, Justin. He said, this is for Sly Bacon, real veteran CMB and Purple Heart. And call me Armchair again. It is on.
Oh, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, thank you so much for the support for Sly Bacon. Is that the bacon that's sly, Matthew?
It's Sly.
Man, that bacon is sly. It's in there going, "Ree!" But beyond that, a massive thanks to you so much once again for support, and thank you for watching our channel. We're very honored to have you here. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from W sub C. And they said, how about a lesson on General Douglas MacArthur in Korea? Hero or insubordinate?
Kind of both, really. I mean, like, you know, he was very effective at countering the North Koreans and pushing them all the way up to the Yalu. But then when he got to the whole deal of let's irradiate the Yalu with atomic bombs and just bomb the whole river to stop the Chinese from coming across, and then Truman was like, "What, are you crazy?" And then he was like, "No, I legitimately mean it. I think I'm just going to do it anyways." Then he went straight into insubordination. You know, and if an effective leader can cross the line, he definitely crossed the line, and that's why he was dismissed and then replaced. So I would say it's kind of a mix of both, really, depending on what part of the early year of, the year of 1950 that we're talking about, or what part of 1950 we're talking about. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Taoist Auditor, who puts in a 10. They said, what happened to the terrain following bombers like Buccaneer, Typhoon, and F-111, Aussie favorite? And they were awesome, and usually had tree branches in the wings when they landed, and we need them back.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about that special air brake that the Canberra had. Let me go pull up the Canberra bomber air brakes. Let me see if I can get a picture of that. Really neat little system, by the way. They had these, oh man, it doesn't look like they have any good pictures of it at all. That is such a shame. It was such a cool air brake. They only have this one little thing here, and it was basically these little rods that would stick up. It wasn't like an air brake panel. It was just these rods that stuck out, but it would operate like an air brake, and it would slow the aircraft down. Really cool, but these are pretty much dated now due to low speeds and also their lack of being able to operate precision-guided ordnance, and also being a multi-role for that matter, which they are not. So that's why these are generally gone. And honestly, I'd say that any multi-role in the modern day could do as good as a camera, if not better, even better than aardvarks and such. That's why most of them are retired. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to GOOS3, who puts in a 10. They said, in a conventional war, who will win, NATO or the new Axis?
Oh, we would win 100%. The NATO alone makes up, I think it's something like 60% of the military spending that's conducted on the entirety of the face of the planet. So even if the Axis powers was the rest of the world except for NATO, we would still win just by spending power alone. And so with that, I hope that is addressed that the best I can. A huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Jan Sensai, who put in that 10, of course, and said, thank you for the great work. And sending contribution from Slovakia for pastrami sandwich, of all things. Look at that, a pastrami sandwich.
And a big shout out to Slovakia. Really neat little country, by the way. And a massive thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling so that way we can have a pastrami sandwich one day. Matthew actually had one. I will have one soon. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And I'll be honest with you, Jan Sensei, after I mentioned the pastrami sandwich, I mentioned the Italian soda, I actually was like, can I make that at the house, like the Italian soda? It's actually really simple to do it. It's just you get some Tirani like flavored syrup. You get like the sparkling water, and you put some ice in it, and like a little bit of heavy cream or half and half in it, and that's an Italian soda right there. So that's actually really simple to make. Actually, you don't have to like really do a whole bunch for that.
Interesting. I actually didn't know it was that easy. I thought it kind of be a little complicated. You know, Matthew, something that I was wanting to try out. Let's see. One second. I want to see if there is. Huh. So there might actually be. Something that I saw today, Matthew, that was really interesting. I was like, I want to try it out. There's like a traditional American diner, because I was watching a documentary on the ones that still are around today, and apparently most of them are in New Jersey. But I was like, I'm sure there's got to be one around here in Salt Lake City somewhere. And I was like, like the diner deal, it's like, that's a really interesting thing. I'd like to try that someday. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to the Wolfman, who puts in a 5. He said, have some coffee money while I'm playing Helldivers. And question, is it possible to commit war crimes if your enemy is a soulless robot?
Yes, it is still possible. It's always possible to commit war crimes. It doesn't really matter how much we hate the people we're going up against. We still have to follow the rules of war. And by
Even a machine?
Yeah, I mean, not a machine. I mean, that's not even ground that exists right now at the moment. You can't be inhuman to a machine. I think he's talking about like inhuman robots as in like people. Like, I think that's what he means. Like,
well, he actually said something else. He said soulless, something else here, but it's I don't know if that's okay to use the word anymore. People are starting to use it like a derogatory thing. So I'm not sure. Like, I hate to like be this sensitive about saying words, but I would say it anyway, like this word right here. But YouTube might not like it. It's referring to robot machines. You know which word I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to find the super chat right now. To see if I can just read it. And is it the one that starts with a C?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know if like that's becoming like a nasty thing to say or not.
I don't know, but it's close enough to others, folks, that, and I got to be honest with y'all, folks, I don't really give a damn, but at the same time, we don't want to get, a strike from YouTube, like a community strike, just in case if they care. So, I can't really say it, but no, you can't break the rules of war against a machine. A machine is not a person, or at least has not been deemed a person yet by any existent law within a country or in the world. So you can't commit a war crime against a machine. But big thanks to you once again for support and helping the channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And yes, by the way, I feel stupid having to censor myself like with words like that because I mean, obviously, if it was in real life, I would just say it, and if someone was offended by it, I'd be like, whatever. Like I didn't mean to offend somebody by it. But on YouTube, though, if you say something and you mess up, and it turns out that was a forbidden word or something, you're finished. So that's why I have to be extra careful like that. But I wouldn't censor myself like that otherwise. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to the wisdom to know, who puts in a 5. He said, "Good news, but contagion to global financial markets, and would global entities step up to help individuals and institutions?"
I would say that there probably will be no impact if Russia's economy collapses to the greater outside world. You have to be heavily intertwined for that to happen, and we're not. So I would have a feeling that no one would have to step up because there will probably be very little impact or damage to the West as a result. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Michael, who puts in a 5. And Michael said, "Have the Ukraine used FPV drones with thermite to burn out Ivan's fiber optic cable of FPV drones along the front line?"
Yes, they actually have, and they've actually used those same thermite drones to also take down Russian nets over the roads as well, to just burn straight through them. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And goodness, I don't know if that
Holy
was an
moly.
accident, but Give Up Now 000, who's also known as Sir Real User 9, which I had to go to his YouTube channel to check, but that is Sir Real User 9 right there, a longtime channel legend. He just threw in 2 super chats, and I hope and pray that was not an accidental double click right there. But thank you very much, good sir, Sir Real User 9, for that $2 $50 support right there. And once again, I hope it was intentional. But he said, "Spike says hello again," and hello.
And hello, hello, Sir Real User 9. And I gotta thank you so much for the support. I gotta say, a big hello to you. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that things are continuing rolling on well for you. And I hope that you meant to send in both of those because it appears that it showed up twice. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, and once again, a huge shout out to Sir Real User 9 for that support, by the way. I'm having a hard time pronouncing words, but our next one here goes to Finn and Tonic, who puts in a 5. And they said, "Today, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution demanding that Russia immediately return all forcibly transferred Ukrainian children, and also Marmot."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And sadly, we won't be able to get the marmot due to time constraints. We're going massively over time. We have a lot to go, so we can't do the skit, sadly. But I do thank you for the support. And I would have to say, that's nice to hear, but the UN has practically no enforceable power, and they've done that a million times on a million different things, and it's never really mattered. But still nice to hear. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I confirmed it. He meant to send it twice. He said it was so nice, I had to say it twice. So thank you very much, Sir Real User, for saying it twice like that. And we do appreciate that very, very much once again. And we also have a $5 super chat from Monstro Lab, who did not leave a comment. And also Mark Dixon, who left a 5 as well. But thank you both, Mark and Monstro, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to Botichus for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because while you didn't throw in comments, we are still massively appreciative of y'all's support because y'all help us to keep this thing rolling. And so with that, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the Onyx, who puts in a 5. He said, "If China copies our tech, why don't we design something really stupid? Let's leak some anti-gravity bubble thrower." Well, I don't think we want to leak that. That's a tough one there. That's a top secret. But they said, "Good luck reverse engineering that."
Man, honestly, man, it's like reverse engineering, something like that. I mean, I've never even heard of it, but I guess,
Yeah, a real stupid one would be the anti-gravity bubble blower. That would be a worse one.
Because it's blowing bubbles. Get it?
Whoa,
Whoa, Jack. Whoa. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the average mountain man, who puts in a 5. And I feel like I'm the average mountain man these days myself, living here near the mountains. But he said, "It's not much, but it's an honest donation."
Man, and I thank you greatly for that massive support because it is always a massive support, no matter how big it is, because folks are going out of their way to support the channel and make it possible, which is something that nobody has to do, nobody has to do that, yet y'all do, and we're always greatly appreciative of that, and thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Urbex Fester, who puts in a 5, who said, "Bliat."
A big thanks to you so much for the support and help this channel to keep rolling. There's folks like you make this thing a reality. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from the consul, and thank you very much to the consul for that support. He said, do you guys know who Major General Terry Allen is? Fat electrician. Made a video about him. And he should be who people talk about with the Bradley.
Let's see here. Let me go take a look at him. I think I might remember him, but I don't remember him incredibly well. Let's see here. World War I, World War II. He was in Sicily. I think I've heard of this guy, and I read about him at some point, but I didn't really read a lot about him because I hardly remember him. But I do thank you for support and sharing that fellow with us, and I'll have to look into him and brush up on my history on him a little bit to take a little bit of a gander at the fellow. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Robert Planting. And Robert said, stay positive. Best audience.
Hey, and thank you so much for supporting. We always stay positive, and we truly do have the greatest audience on YouTube. So huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Blue Boy Chapel, who puts in 5. He said, I'd like to correct you guys about Patton. You said he was not at the Battle of the Bulge. Well, that's incorrect. He was in the Battle of the Bulge.
That is correct. I actually misspoke on that. He was at the Battle of the Bulge. He was actually in command of the relief force for Bastogne. But I also have to say that a lot of people are saying that Patton wasn't in Italy, and he was clearly in Italy because he was one of the generals in charge of the landings in Sicily, and was also in Sicily. In a way. Well, actually not in the way. I was just completely wrong on the whole Battle of the Bulge thing, but also a decent amount of people were wrong on the Sicily deal. So apparently we were all confused about who Patton really was, but I still say that I don't like him. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. He said, certain historical figures, including Mustache Man, have said that war is a natural state of humanity, and I disagree with that premise and thoughts and LTLSA. Also, first of all, that's a despicable bastard there. You got to give that disclaimer. But at the same time, though, war being a natural state of humanity, my personal philosophy is this. If people are left to their own devices, they will naturally gravitate toward chaos. The universe also seems to operate that way as well. If there's not something creating order, then chaos is the default state. So war is chaos. It's terrible. It's killing. It's maiming. It's destruction. It's everything bad is in war. So I would personally say that war generally would be the natural state. It's up to a very small group of people that actually cares about keeping things orderly to actually keep it that way and make sure that the other folks don't decide to go berserk and basically kill each other, essentially. But these days, we're finding out that the people that people are relying on to make sure that order is kept is actually the ones causing the disorder, it seems like these days. But Enforcer, what say you?
War is the natural state of things. While Mustache Man is one of the worst people in history, that statement is actually somewhat correct, because as far back as we can find skeletal remains of people, most, if not all of them, it's something about 60% of them, I believe, or it's an overwhelming majority statistically of the remains that we find have proof that at their last moment of life, they were killed by a weapon of war, an arrow, a spear, or something else along those lines, blunt force trauma, something in that realm. So it does appear that as long as humans have been alive, war is a natural state of being for most people, or generally most groups. And so I would say that that generally is the case. There's really no reason to discredit that, because think about it. Throughout all of history, when in the world has humanity truly been at peace? And there isn't a time, there's not a single time in humanity where the world was at peace. There has always been a war somewhere. Even when there wasn't history being recorded in places, we now have archaeological proof confirming that there were clearly wars going on almost all the time on every continent, everywhere on the globe. Even if people didn't even know that there was one going on over there, there was. And people always like to have like this mindset, like, oh, things were peaceful at some point. Like, one thing I find funny is that in the United States, people think that the Native Americans were a peaceful group, and also that East Asia was a peaceful area, like China. And I guess they just don't know history, because the Native Americans fought each other. As a matter of fact, a lot of the colonists who showed up would get involved creating alliances with some of these Native American tribes to fight others. The Pilgrims did that right after the Thanksgiving feast. They went and joined, dang, I'm forgetting the name of the freaking tribe. But they went...
Pancho Villa?
No, it wasn't Pancho Villa, bro. That's a gangster. but they went... they went and joined. I forgot the name of the tribe, but they went and attacked another tribe along with them. And it's like that everywhere in the world. And then in East Asia, it's like in China, it's always the most comical thing with China for their wars. Because it's like the war of Wu Qing disagreeing with Lao Ping, and then it results in like 40 million people dead. And it just absolutely insane stuff. People eating each other alive, all that sort of a deal. And that's every war that would happen in China. Like, what's crazy is that there was a siege that happened at one point in one war. I forgot which war it was. And the result was the city was besieged, and then both armies agreed to a treaty to where they wouldn't attack each other, and the other army would just pass by and stop sieging the city. And I think the casualties was something like 10,000 civilians, because the army that was besieged was just cannibalizing and eating the civilians to survive. So, just crazy stuff like that. And it was kind of common over there for some periods. Well, not incredibly common. That was actually quite bizarre. But that stuff happens, and there's always a war going on somewhere. So I would say it is the natural state of things. But
Imagine this. If they said in the United States that there were no laws in the books for a week, what do you think is going to happen in this country?
Oh, total anarchy and hell would break out.
Absolutely. If you don't keep the lunatics in order, the lunatics are going to kill each other. I mean, not everybody in the country is a lunatic. I'm not just saying everybody in America is a lunatic, but all it takes is a small, like 5 to 10% of like these lunatics that actually want to hurt people and actually cause harm. That's all it takes to like cause anarchy. And then all the other people that are actually good people that wouldn't have done that, then they have to start fighting to protect themselves. So then you got chaos, war, destruction, and death happening everywhere because the group wanted to go berserk. That one group that wanted the chaos, they wanted to go berserk. So, I mean, it would happen anywhere. It's not just unique to one part of the world. It would happen anywhere.
But also on top of that, if you want the true answer that war is the natural state of things, look at the creatures of the earth. Ants go to war with other ants. Chimpanzees go to war with other chimpanzees in different tribes. Basically, every species of animal, they might not all go out to outright killing each other in their own species, but a lot of them do easily get into fights with each other. Lions from one pride fight lions from another pride, so on and so forth. It happens in every single species on the planet, and humanity is really no different in that case. War is a natural state of being, and it really is something to say that in our civilized state in the modern ages, we have somehow actually been able to create very limited times of peace, which is more so the exception than the norm. And I think that people ought to take that for granted, that because we have come so far as a peoples, that we are actually able to create times of peace. Like the fact that the U.S. as a nation has not had war reach its shores in over 150 years, ever since the U.S. Civil War, that is truly a miracle historically. That rarely ever happens, if ever. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that...
And even during peacetime, like also another thing you got to realize that even when we're in peacetime, there's still wars being fought. I mean, there's stupid people versus not stupid people. Like, that's a thing too. That's not necessarily war. I mean, that's a whole thing too. I mean, some people have a war going on like with themselves. Like their brain cells are fighting their other brain cells. Yeah. I mean, some people are conflicted like really badly. Some people don't know if they're going to support NATO, and some people don't know if they're going to like throw Ukraine to the wolves or not. And it changes daily. Like some people have wars going on right in the middle of their head.
But I guess a better way to say is that a state of conflict will always exist. It doesn't even have to be a war, because when I'm saying we have peace in America, and we've had that for 150 years, I'm kind of leaving out a whole bunch of stuff, like the Battle of Blair Mountain, the Battle of Athens, all of the different uprisings and rebellions that have happened in the United States ever since the Civil War that were somewhat smaller, but still happen, all of the riots that have happened both now and in the past. An endless number of them. There is always going to be conflict. There's always going to be strife. And even in politics, think about this. Ever since the Civil War, how many U.S. presidents have been assassinated? Quite a significant number. I think the majority of them have been after the Civil War. So political violence has always existed. There's always people who are getting in fights with each other, beating each other up. Think back, like, because everyone always thinks of it as a peaceful time back in the day, the good old days when nothing was going on. Kent State happened in the 70s. The National Guard fired into a crowd of college students and killed a couple of them up at Kent State in the 70s. Then there was the race riots of the 60s where cities were literally getting torn down to the ground. Like, if you think that anything that's happening today is bad, look at what happened in the 60s. They literally had to call in the National Guard and the Army to put down what was basically turning into uprisings in some areas. It's always been like that. It never hasn't been like that. And that's why when people say, the country, it's really in a tough state now. That's the existent state of a country, especially a democracy, is always a constant state of strife and conflict. It has its benefits, considering that people have a lot of individual freedoms in this country that you wouldn't get in most others. But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, and you also get that endless strife and conflict because people have the individual freedoms to make up their own minds and their own decisions, and sometimes they use that to try and impose their own decisions and opinions on others, which creates the conflict and the strife. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Taos Auditor once again, who puts in another 5. They said Canberra was rubbish. We needed a new F-111 for Australia to protect long-distance power, and the terrain following was awesome.
And the F-111 aardvark is pretty cool. It would be nice to see something like it again, but I just think for now, the air war has moved on to a more multi-role sort of a platform than an individually designed sort of a system like the aardvark was. Still a great plane, though. But it's still a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, and also I saw who LFG say in democracy there's some sorts of speech that we don't like. I disagree with that because it really is it's subjective to the person you're talking to, because some people people honestly say hateful stuff all the time no matter what, even if they don't think they're saying it. I could come up with all kinds, like even stuff that is more so benign, like the old saying that I've been hearing my whole life I've grown up, which is eat the rich. It's like, that is honestly like a quite hateful statement when you think about it. You're going to and there's a lot behind that kind of a statement. And some people say that and they say it like it's just a fact of life, everyday sort of a thing. But when you really think about it, there's a lot of anger and violence behind a statement like that for most people.
Yeah, eat the rich. I mean, I hadn't heard that one personally. That's an interesting phrase.
You know what I always say? You are what you eat. But anyway,
they're gonna have a meal off of them. They said. Well, anyway, but eat the rich. They said eat them.
But that's something I'd have to say there. Like, people say that they don't like certain kinds of speech unless if it's that specific type of speech that they agree with. Like for the whole hate speech thing, a lot of people are hateful in many different ways, and society finds some versions of hate speech acceptable and others not. But a lot of people are a lot of people don't look at things in a balanced way. Like, a lot of people want to just enact violence on others that they disagree with in this country these days, and that's how they just think. I don't think that way against anyone. I'm just like, if I don't like say certain sorts of interest groups, like for example, say like the top 1% in this example here, I just say I don't like them. I think there should be some policy changes that more so are to the benefit of everyone else and not them. I wouldn't sit there and go to the point of being like, yes, turn them down, and do all that crazy stuff that other people do.
I think it's a mark of high intelligence when people can hear like an actual hateful person say a hateful term toward them, and they have enough intelligence, the person that had the word lobbed at them, they have enough intelligence to go, okay, clearly that person is not very intelligent, has lobbed that derogatory term at me, or otherwise they wouldn't have said that. So I'm going to choose to ignore it and not let the word rile me up to the point where I want to get violent. It's like, that would be probably the intelligent approach. I know that's easier said than done, because if you have somebody lobbing a word at you, I mean, most people's first inclination is, I'm going to go clobber the person or do something like that. It runs across your head at least from time to time. But that's the initial inclination. So, I mean, most people need to realize a word is a word. And you don't want to get to the point where it's like if somebody says a word, they're able to like rile you into like fury and rage. It's like you should have enough self-control to go, okay, now obviously that was inappropriate for the person to say that, but be the bigger man and walk away.
And also I got to say this, folks, free speech does not mean it's free speech until it reaches a certain point where then people want to agree that it's unacceptable. Free speech is supposed to be offensive in every way. You are supposed to be allowed under a actual doctrine of free speech to say literally anything and everything. It won't stop society from punishing you, especially if they disagree with you. But the government can't make any actions to abridge your ability to express really anything for the most part, save for very seldom sorts of things. Like, for example, yelling fire in a crowded building or something along those lines. Those are sorts of speech that can be restricted because it's causing a grave danger to the public if such a thing like that was said. But saying incredibly offensive or even derogatory statements, that the free speech in its sense can become offensive if you would like it to be, if you would wish that. I don't know why people would want that, but it can be. That is free speech in its most raw form. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that we can. And also, Matthew, how many super chats do we have left?
We have 5 left.
Oh, thank goodness, folks, because it is 4 hours in. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Britton M, who puts in a 5. They said, try Apollo Burger in Salt Lake City. It's better than Crown by far. Crown fell off hard. Oh, really? Also, Arctic Circle is local chain, and Iceberg Drive Inn on 3900 South.
And I thank you so much for the support, and we will give a shot to Apollo Burger. I'll see if it's good, because I don't think I've had that one yet, but we will give it a shot. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And also, Varg said, freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences. It's freedom of consequences from the government. Like, a lot of people say that, and then they act like the government has a right to punish you for what you say. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. People in society, like, someone might go look at your social media and be like, oh, that guy thinks this, I'm not hiring him for this job. Like, that can happen. That's a consequence of free speech. But the government can't sit there and go, oh, you said something we don't allow, although we allow all speech. You're going to jail or something like that, or you're getting some sort of a civil fine or a punishment. They can't do that. And I would say in this country, one of our greatest strengths in this country is that we give people the freedom of speech to say literally anything and everything they want, from the greatest ideas to the worst ideas, so that way you have the full palette of intellectual thought. Whether it's actually intellectual or not, really more subjective, up to y'all, but you still have the full palette of thoughts and ideas that you could have ever gotten on the planet, which is what the Founding Fathers originally intended when they created this country, except for John Adams. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, we've actually got to speed up because it's actually 12:01. But this one goes to Jeremy Vahill, who puts in a 2. He said, how's Putin's health? And is he 3.6 Röntgen?
I think he might be 3.6 Ronkin. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next. Also, Matthew, I got to kind of flag that one that just came in right there, because that one is that one's pretty rough right there. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Talos Auditor for that $5 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 2 from Azim and as well as Plazath, who each put in a $2 support. And thank you both Azim and Plazath for that support. And we also have a 2 from Ed, who said Irish Ed here. And do you know what is in that aerogel? And Ed, I've researched that material before. It's like an insulating material. I think it's mostly made out of air, actually, and hence the name aerogel. I think it's like 99% air or something. It's very fascinating material. Apparently, it can resist heat. Like, I've seen people like grab a block of aerogel and they'll put like a torch on it or something. It completely like mitigates the heat, which is pretty fantastic. I think NASA might have used it at one point, I think. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think they did. I don't know what's in the aerogel, though. Me personally, unfortunately, I wouldn't know. But it is a really neat sort of a tech. And I got to thank you massively for support, Irish Ed, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, and yeah, so lightest solid material on Earth. It's 99% air, at least according to Google right here. So very fascinating. I don't know what the 1% actual solid is that's made of. I don't know that. It might be like a trade secret or something. It's probably why we don't know it. But also we have a 5, by the way, from Alexander Vickers, who said, free the marmot.
Hey, and I wish we could, but we are so heavily over time, I don't think we could do a marmot tonight. But we will try and do one tomorrow, hopefully. But a massive thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And it is now time to grab a couple of live chat questions, including our Morse code decoders. And tonight we had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Airbug Garbo, Her Royal Fluffiness, Coach Colbert Siren, Brian Blairstown. They said the Morse says, so if there is a banana republic, can there be a banana commune too? Like a governana or something? LLT, LSA.
And whoosh, and there's the sound of money. Y'all just got the dad joke and the Morse code message, and that was the Morse code. Are there such thing as governanas? Banana republic, a banana commune, maybe a banana monarchy, maybe a bananarchy. You get it. But a huge shout out to the Lee Sparrow Cinema Corps. Y'all got it dead on the nail. Really impressive stuff right there. And so with that, folks, we're going to be moving on into 3 live chat questions due to this being extremely over time, and then we're going to be rounding out the stream for the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
This one is going to go to none other than Venture. He said, how are you guys coming along with the Salt Lake City weather recently? And it's gotten cold. It's like 25, I think, tonight or something like that. I'm going running in it anyway. Like I went running today like twice in it. It's like, I think it was like 28 when I went running earlier. And also it was like colder than that when I went running this afternoon. So it's cold out there. But honestly, I don't mind it. You just have to, the only extra effort is you got to put on a whole bunch of extra clothes for it. But it's not too bad. But Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, not too bad. I mean, like, I get out in shorts in this weather. I think it's honestly like kind of tops. I think it's good. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support, and I hope that this addressed that question well. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to Avari, who said, have you been following Moldova's efforts, non-militarily, to de-Russify Transnistria and other Russian-occupied areas of Moldova?
Unfortunately, I haven't been watching that too well because we've been having to keep a pretty keen eye on a lot of situations around the world, so that one's kind of been passing me over, unfortunately. But with that, I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one is going to go to none other than, guess who? It's going to go to none other than David Tablet. He said, I am concerned about what happens to the security of the Russian nuclear arsenal if the Russian economy collapses.
Generally, it returns back to a situation like the early 90s, where there's probably going to have to be some foreign intervention to help them maintain the nuclear weapons or dispose of them if they can't afford them. So that's kind of the situation we're going to find ourselves in. We could do that again, or we could just let them deteriorate or possibly disappear, which could end up being worse. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I got to tell y'all, folks, streams like these that are 4 hours and 6 minutes long, now that is fairly rare. But I got to thank y'all massively for the support and enjoying this channel tonight. We had a peak viewership at 13.5 thousand people, 13.4 actually, and a total viewership of 82,000 people. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had all of y'all here tonight, and we thank you all so much once again for continuing to choose this channel to be your primary source of news. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And, of course, Slava Ukraini, Rom Slava, long live the LSA, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream, and midday as well for a short war video if there is enough news to cover, and we'll see what's happening. I am seeing some movement around Venezuela tonight, so maybe something's going to happen. Possibly we'll have to wait and see, but we'll find out tomorrow, though. Stay tuned for that. Stay tuned. There's big things happening. Tune into The Apprentice. But anyways, we will see you all tomorrow. And with that, Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.